Hey. Bingo bango, it's your boy Django. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to another wild, wacky, wonderful Django stream. Hope everybody is having a lovely Monday. Just chilling to this nice Canadian intro music. All right. Enough vibing. So, for those not in the know, this is a modern version of a retro game in like those old school point and click games from way back in the day. And we checked it out last week and I thought it was fun enough that we're coming back to it. Let's see if maybe we can even make it to the end of the story. I don't really know how deep into it we are, but I'm pretty sure we're fairly early on. So, let's see. That's right. Alright, so big spooky vibes. But doesn't necessarily mean that everything going on here is spooky. Kind of need to remember what's what right now. I think we were, by the name, trying to get fingerprints. Let's see. Let's look at our notebook. We need a way to extract the print from the raw cookie that we got. We need Evan's finger. Or no, did we already have Evan's fingerprint? I think we need Kimmy's and we need this guy's fingerprint. Which I cannot remember this guy's name right now. Talk man. I'm rather busy at the moment, but I can smell delicious cookies downstairs. Why don't you be a helpful girl and bring one up to me? Aye, aye, Captain. Maybe I need to do something to poison the cookie? We're basically trying to get him to give us his thumbprint in a way. Let's see. Take baked cookie. Take baked cookie. Alright, so it will only let me have one. Look. Kitchen has a rough-hewn rustic charm. The lack of decorations and fine furnishings implied this room wasn't meant to be seen by the lodge's guests. There are cupboards along the walls and an icebox in the corner. Yellow. Take fly paper. There's fresh fly paper out in the shed, but it's too dark to get it now. Let's leave it for tomorrow. Alright, well, wait. Look counter. What is that? You see a salt shaker. Take salt. Hey, where do you think you're going with that? If you want to use the salt, just use it here in the kitchen. Probably shouldn't walk off with the salt. Okay. Put salt on cookie. Generous helping of... Oh, that actually was it. I'm gonna be so real. I almost didn't see that existed at all. And that is why you examine every nook and cranny in these games. Alright, now I bet if we feed him this salty cookie, he goes and pukes. Give cookie to man. Say, Mr. Respa, how'd you like this thumbprint cookie? Albert's eyes light up. That's his name, Albert. Splendid, that's just what I need. Thank you, miss. Albert eagerly takes the cookie and consumes the thumbprint cookie in 2 bites. That was saltier than I was expecting. What an odd recipe. That cookie's gotten me quite thirsty. Do me a favor and fill my drinking glass from that pitcher and hand it to me, miss. Ah, so we're getting off the glass. As you hand the full drinking glass to Albert, you stealthily wipe its surface of your fingerprints. Ah, thank you. Albert drinks the water in 1 gulp, then hands the drinking glass back to you. You carefully receive the glass, making sure not to touch the areas where he held it. Alright, so then now I should be able to dust glass for prints. Aha, powdering Albert's drinking glass reveals a fingerprint. Put tape on print. Alright, so we were able to get his. So, if memory serves, the very last person that we need is Kimmy down the stairs. Oh, no, we got Nathan's thumbprint. Talk Kimmy about tea. Okay, so maybe I'm misspelling Kimmy. Talk Kimmy. No, look woman. Okay, I was misspelling. Alright. Kimmy is still engrossed in a conversation, sipping tea from a white mug. What do I have in my inventory? Alright, I have a blue mug. Blue mug. Put tea in blue mug. Take mug. Alright, she does not want me to take the mug. Figures. Still piping hot. Maybe that's the key. Maybe I need to go get some ice. Open icebox. Take ice. Using the ice pick, you chip a little bit of ice off the ice block. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. It's amazing I didn't think to try these things at all last time, and now suddenly it's just like clicking. Put ice in tea. Patiently wait until Kimmy sets her mug down. While Kimmy's distracted by her conversation with Nathan, you surreptitiously... Ugh. Wow, that's a word. Surreptitiously slip the ice chips into her mug. Oh dear, my tea's gotten cold. Alright, take mug. Let me freshen up your cup of tea, Kimmy. Thanks, Nancy. You fool. You absolute rube. Dust mug for prints. Alright. Put tape on print. Fill mug with tea. Look at that quality pixel animation. Give mug to Kimmy. Easy. Here you go, Kimmy. Nice and hot again. Thanks so much. Alright, I think we get... Oh, what's this greasy black stuff on my fingers? Gotta go. That's funny. So then, did we get... Let's see. We need Nessa, Margot, Evan, Jack, Nathan, Albert, Kimmy, and Corbin. So we have Nessa, Nathan, Margot, Corvus, Albert, Kimmy, Evan. Wait, was there one that we're missing? Okay. Nessa, Margot, Evan, Jack. Yeah, we got Margot. Oh, that's right. We got to get the print from the cookie somehow. All right. This is where it's losing me. I don't really know how it wants us to do that. Examine cookie. Examine. Wait, what does it call it? Maybe I just need to examine it closer. Raw cookie has a void where the raspberry jam ought to be. You can make out his thumbprint. Wonder if there's a way to get his thumbprint. You need something that can make a real impression. Okay, so something that can make an impression. But what? What, dear viewer, could it be? Swanky place they got here, though. What? What would go good on a thumbprint cookie? Nothing in here. Let's try upstairs. Nope. No. What's in this door? Maybe paint? You put paint on raw cookie. Look. What's in this room? Green trunk, blue trunk. Open trunk. Open trunk. It's locked. Okay. Look bookcase. Not that either. Open wardrobe. Look in wardrobe. Cane, blanket, old lamp, and books. Look in books. Look books. Take cane. Okay, close wardrobe. I don't think what we need is in here after all. Maybe something in here? Open wardrobe. Look in wardrobe. Wardrobe is full of feather boas and a rainbow of colors. Somehow I just don't see that helping us. Close wardrobe. Um, man, what does it want from me? Hint. Can't use hint. Man. They don't want me to do nothing. Wonder. Open luggage. You wonder why anyone would go to the trouble of locking their luggage and a bolt of self-awareness hits you. Yeah, they're logging it to keep people like you out. Okay, still nothing in here. Let's go look back downstairs. Anything in here? Open cupboard. Look in wardrobe. Stack of old cracked flower pots, broom, and an empty keg. Take broom. Alright, she does not want me to do that. So, what do you use to get a thumbprint out of a cookie? Open cupboard. Look in cupboard. Nothing in it. Okay, great. I don't know. This one piece might have me stumped. Ask Jack about print. Okay, so he says that he won't let us just take his print, which isn't what I meant. Okay. Dust raw cookie with what for print? Examine raw cookie. Okay, need to find a way to extract his fingerprint. Yeah, no, duh. But who's got the answer? Alright, she refuses to go outside, so our clue is not going to be out there. Ho-hum. No idea what it wants me to do to get a thumbprint out of a cookie. Look wall. Look tapestry. Is that what that is? Although the tapestry is a little faded with age, there's still rich colors woven into it. The detail is exquisite. Look behind tapestry. Don't see anything. Oh, well. Take tongs. Grab paper with tongs. Okay. Wanted to grab that thing out of the fire. Won't let me. All right. Well, so much for all that really good progress we were making. Now I'm right back to being stumped. Just to be sure, there's nothing good in here, right? Come on, help a genie out. Okay. Think. Also, hey, and not gonna lie, I was neglecting chat there, but hi, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. What do you want from me, game? Look bar. Cozy bar decorated in warm crimson and coral. Trio of stools are stationed in front of an elaborately curved bar. There is an oversized armchair and a striped love seat. Alright, well, all of that sounds lovely and out of my price range. If I were going... Here, let's look at the inventory. If I were going to extract a thumbprint, do I have something in my... Wait, can I just... Yeah, oh my gosh, if it's really this easy. Put tape on raw cookie. Don't think this is the correct method to use for obtaining Jack's fingerprint. There must be a better, more delicate way. Put soot on raw cookie. Coating the inside of the raw cookie with soot isn't going to preserve Jack's fingerprint impression. Quite the opposite. There must be a better way. Well, would you like to tell me what that is? Nancy. More delicate way. What about... Does he have anything? No, he's in here, so he wouldn't. Alright, that guy's a jerk and isn't going to be helpful to us, I'm pretty sure. Delicate. I don't know. Alright, well. Let me say what little progress I have first, and I'm just gonna get a little hint. Let's see. Ah, there is a hint book. Okay. Alright, well, I mean, can't hurt to just check. Okay. All right. Wow. Would probably never have gotten this. All right. But I got the clue that I need, which is that what it wants us to put in there is some wax. Look at candle. Candles are burned down a bit. There are wax drippings on the table and candlesticks. Take wax. Oh, that's a lot of wax we're taking. Scratch all the candy wax drippings off the candlestick and tablecloth with your fingernails. Okay, now we need to figure out how to get this wax in there. I guess we need to what can we do to melt the wax? Melt wax on stove. If you put the wax directly on the stovetop to heat, it'll make a huge mess. Put wax in kettle. Take kettle. Take the kettle, but you resolve not to leave the kitchen with you. Can't imagine someone just walking away with your kettle. Pour kettle in sink. Pour kettle over wax. R on wax. Pour no. Heat wax with kettle. Pour kettle on wax. Please try to rephrase that. Melt wax with kettle. Ah, man. Okay. It wants something specific from me. Put wax on stove. Put wax on counter. Put wax in kettle. Man. All right, so maybe I'm going about it wrong. Ask Jack about kettle. So thing, it was here when I got here. The old cook must have brought it. Put kettle on wax. Come on. Come on, think. Okay. Maybe the kettle wasn't the right container. Okay, I do have a glass and a mug. But a glass probably isn't heat resistant, so let's try the mug. Put wax in mug. Okay, that seems to be getting us somewhere. Pour kettle into mug. Okay, so filled with wax and you can't add water to it right now. Put mug on stove. Oh, okay, so that seemed to work. Okay, great. So then put wax in raw cookie. Okay, and then put raw cookie in icebox. That should just about do it. You remove the chilled wax-filled thumbprint cookie from the icebox. Alright, terrific. The wax is rock hard and the raw cookie dough is hardened too. Now to get the wax out of the cookie, take wax from raw cookie. Take print from cookie. No. Alright, wait. Inventory. Okay, so there is... remove wax from raw cookie. The wax in the raw cookie has been chilled and hardened, but you need to figure out a way to free it from the dough. Chisel raw cookie. Okay. Why is this so hard? Melted wax is cooled and solidified. Now I must release the wax cast from this raw cookie. Okay. Oh, well, okay. How to phrase this? Break dough off of wax. Okay, apparently the word break makes me a vandal. Examine cookie. Or no, raw cookie. How do I need to think about what it's wanting from me? I mean, does it want me to eat the raw cookie dough? Eat cookie. If this works. Unable to help yourself, you carefully nibble away the chilled cookie dough. Oh my. For real? Okay. This would go really well with ice cream. And would you look at that? A perfect wax impression of Jack's fingerprint. Alright, finally, we got all the fingerprints. Compare fingerprints to see if you can draw any useful conclusions. Let's see. A note that has been added to your notebook. Alright, compare fingerprint. Well, before I forget, we're definitely saving after that. Alright, so compare fingerprints. Flushed with success, you rush to your bedroom and eagerly spread out your complete set of fingerprint samples on the low coffee table. After comparing the complete set of fingerprints, you're able to conclude... Amazing, the fingerprints from the jewelry box and the curio cabinet match the fingerprint you obtained from Margot. Oh, interesting. Margot did the break-in herself. Margot was the culprit behind both crimes. I should confront her with my findings. Huh, that wasn't field work, but it was pretty satisfying. Margot, I know you stole Nessa's ruby brooch and the silver steins. I know that Nessa is a little difficult, but this isn't the way to deal with her. Please let me help you set things right. She would take everything. Yes, I smashed the curio, though it broke my heart to do it. But the silver wedding steins are even more precious. I saved them and gave them to someone I trust for safekeeping. Nessa would sell them as soon as she was back in the city. At the very least, she would take her share and sell one of the steins, splitting the set. She doesn't understand why that shouldn't happen. She is vile and heartless. Why should I want to set things right? When I needed things set right, no one helped me. That woman deserves everything bad that comes to her and more. You may be right about that, but you deserve better than to be a thief. That isn't who you are. Margot, the brooch, at least? Will you let me give her back her brooch? Ah, fine. The brooch is hers after all. It's in my walk-in closet. I will tell you where it is. Why? Why must the world be as it is? Nancy. Ah. Oh, wait, what? What? Did she just die? Margot, are you okay? Margot? You hurry downstairs to tell Mr. Richards about Margot's sudden decline. Mr. Richards, come quick. There's something wrong with Margot. What? Oh. The killer. By the time you and Mr. Richards arrive in the master bedroom, Margot's body is already cooling. The commotion soon brings Nathan and Jack to the room. Nathan's eyes widen, but he doesn't say anything. Jack looks shocked and a bit remorseful. The three men gently carry Margot down to the root cellar and lay her out on a long wooden table. It's shocking to see Margot lying dead on the table. The kindness and warmth that once lit up her face are gone forever. Nathan and Jack stand there, staring down at the earthen floor. No one seems to know what to do. What can be done after all? After a long while, Mr. Richards exhales heavily and speaks. Go do what you need to, then head out to the station to notify the authorities. Not like there's any rush now, is there? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Evan. Yeah. Excuse us, miss. Mr. Richards slumps on the stool, his head bowed. He doesn't look at Margot. It's almost like he can't. Oh, Mr. Richards. What's going on here? Type review. Oh, okay, I thought that was someone coming in from the other room. Type review to review your investigative goal. Alright, well. Let's see. Let's go ahead and save even though it auto-saved. Let's see. Alright, well, now I don't have to do the French accent for her anymore, so that's kind of nice. Murder most French. Let's take a look around the room first. This is the largest root cellar. It's a few degrees cooler than the rest of the house, making it ideal for storing a wide variety of supplies with which to provision the lodge. It's a set of stairs at the east wall leading upward. Shelves contain an array of root vegetables as well as jarred and bottled goods. There are sacks full of apples and potatoes. My goodness, Jack has done such a wonderful job with his little vegetable patch. Margot is here. Oh, look, Margot. Margot's body's been temporarily laid to rest on a long wooden table. Oh, Margot. Examine Margot. You want to have a look? I'm gonna go have a drink. Poor guy. I mean, he doesn't seem like that nice of a guy, but, I mean, that was his woman right there. You determinedly decide to take a closer look at Margot's body. Okay, well, you pull away the sheet covering Margot. You desire to understand what happened outweighs your squeamishness. Despite Margot's panicked final moments, she now appears peaceful. I guess we are actually clicking on things this time, or are we still typing in? Nope, no clicking this time. Let's see. Open robe. Hoping to learn more about what happened to Margot, but I don't think it would be appropriate to do that. Confident I can make some astute observations while still preserving her dignity. Alright, well, I mean, I didn't know. I'm just trying to investigate here. Don't accuse me of anything. It's for science. Look, face. Margaret's face has a peaceful expression. Her eyes have been closed. Her lips are slightly parted. Examine lips. Closer inspection of Margot's lips reveal no additional information, but having drawn closer to her mouth to get a closer look, you do detect an unusual odor emanating from it. Open mouth. An examination of the inside of Margot's mouth and throat reveals she didn't choke to death. Her tongue isn't swollen, and as far as you can tell, there's nothing lodged in her windpipe. Look, eyes? Margot's pretty blue eyes will never open again. Look, hair. Her golden hair still shines despite the gloominess of the root cellar. Look, arm? Margot's fair complexion is now a good deal paler than is fashionable. Death has given it a waxy sheen. Look, nose? Margot's nose is pert, well-formed, and suits her face. Look, ears? Even Margot's ears are delicate and refined, with lovely lobes. Look, pocket. Pockets are a convenient size for holding all manner of items. Look in pocket. Find a small silver key in one of Margot's pockets. Okay. I think that might be all we needed here. You carefully replace the sheet covering Margot. Poor Margot. Let's see. Look. Shelves. Built solidly with no extraneous ornamentation. Ample storage for wine, ciders, vinegars, preserves, boxes of apples, braids of garlic, and squashes. Take garlic, because I love garlic. Well, there are plenty of uses for the garlic, both culinary or otherwise. You won't be needing it. Take veggie. What would Jack say if he caught you filling your pockets with vegetables of his labors? Probably bad things. Take an apple. These are the same small, sour, inedible apples in the orchard. You prefer them baked in a pie. Take potato. As comforting as it would be to carry a potato around in your pocket, you resist the temptation. But that's my security potato. According to Evan, Jack and Nathan will eventually be going to the train station. Wonder if I can catch them and ask them a few questions before they head out. Alright, guess I can't go around the house that back way. Oh. Hello. Talk Kimmy. Kimmy? Eh? Oh dear, sorry to startle you. Why are you lurking, Kimmy? Lurking? I was looking for owls. Talk Kimmy. Why are you looking for owls? Ask or talk Kimmy about owls. Okay, ask Kimmy about owls. Thought I might be able to see great horned owls or even short-eared owls because it's still summer. Or great gray owls. They're the largest in Ontario. Alright, cool. It's still suspicious that you're lurking right there, but... Alright, so we're finally out here at night. Which the game would never let us be before. It's spooky. Yeah, let's see. Open door. You open the carriage house door. No one in here at the moment. No one over here. No one over here. I swear, I better not get jump scared. Oops, looks like I stumbled on a conversation. Maybe if I'd approach from a different direction. We'll talk later. We aren't alone anymore. What are you guys up to? Just getting some fresh air. Really? Well, I found some interesting samples on the riverbank this afternoon. Actually, I used a trowel to dig into the dirty dirt, otherwise I wouldn't have found anything. Wait a minute. Okay, I skipped over that. I want to go back and sneak up on them the right way. Okay, murder most French. We also missed our chance to talk to him, so talk Evan. I'm so sorry, Mr. Richards. Thanks, Nancy. Talk Evan about Margot. Ask Evan about Margot. She was my gal. Who would have thought she'd be gone before me? If you want to know more about Margot, I can't help you. I knew who she was when she was here. As for what came before, didn't concern me. I never asked. Alright. Examine Margot. You want to have a look? I'm gonna go have a drink. Poor guy. Alright, well. Okay, so we know to look mouth, look in mouth, examine mouth. Okay, open mouth. Okay, we got some details there. Look in pocket. Take key. I wonder what this opens. I actually think I forgot to do the take key option before, so it's good that I came back. Alright, so if I sneak up on them... Oh wait, that's right. Talk Kimmy. Kimmy? Alright, she was looking for owls. Don't want to be there. Think if I just go down right here. I can hear Jack and Nathan talking, but the sound of the river is making it hard to hear them. Wonder what they're up to. Can't just toss these in the river like we used to. More's the pity. If Mr. Richards hadn't hurt his back trying to take this all on himself. I wish he'd asked for our help before it came to that. With all the extra scrutiny lately, he can use all the help he can get. Lucky for us, it was mostly overcast last night. No moonlight, no sparkles. Lucky for us. Wait, what was that? I think that's all for now. Good thing there were no big ones tonight. Agreed. Meet you in the carriage house. Yeah, I'll dump these in the smokehouse as usual. See you soon. Hey, Jack. What were you guys up to? Me and Nat were just getting some fresh air. Ha. Really? I was getting samples from the riverbank this afternoon and it looked a lot like that. I found some interesting stuff. Oh yeah? Can I see? Of course. You show Jack the samples you collected. He scrutinizes them very closely. What do you think? You got yourself some white garnets for sure, and some pretty nice ones too. White garnets, are you sure? Definitely, but if you want a second opinion, I can take them to show Nathan and ask him for you. How about it? That's okay, I'll keep them for now. Suit yourself. Darn it, I miss talking to Nathan. I ought to find him and question him before he leaves. Alright, so they mention, you have a good night, Nancy. Thanks, Jack, you too. Okay, so go ahead and save. Um, what's a good save name? Sneakin' and tweakin'. Open door. You open the smokehouse door. Let's see. Examine salt. Rock salt would benefit from a look under your loupe. Taking a little handful wouldn't hurt. There's plenty here. Take salt. Scoop up a handful of rock salt. Inventory. Let's see. As expected, the rock salt is composed of irregularly shaped crystals, but are generally cubic in shape. They're whitish colorless. Some of the crystals appear irregularly shaped, more octahedral than cubic, but salt is fairly brittle and is water soluble, so they can be just about any shape. Alright, so what about I see something shiny on the ground? Look ground. See tiny glittery specks on the floor of the smokehouse. Smokehouse has an earthen floor that has been darkened by smoke now. Take sparkles. Minuscule specks are no larger than grains of sand. You can only see them because of the light hitting them. You can't pick them up. Put tape on sparkle. Move salt. Look in pot. Large pot's empty. Look in barrel. Look barrel. Oh, these little woodland forest noises are creeping me out. Open barrel. No real need for me to open it. Close door. All right. We did see Nathan walk off earlier. Maybe he's in here? Ah, here's Ned. Let's see. We're gonna save again. Because I just feel like we may need to eavesdrop on him or we may need to talk to him directly. Talk. Nathan. Good evening, Nathan. Ah, I thought maybe you were Evan. Sometimes he likes to walk the grounds when he's troubled. I wonder where he is now. Well, talk to him again. Talk, Nathan. Show Nathan Garnet. Does it not want me to do that? Why is it not letting me? Ask Nathan about Garnet. Garnet is a hard mineral. You see lots of pebble-sized examples along the riverbed. Settlers mined garnets in this area for use in industrial abrasives. That is, until the mines became unprofitable. Climb ladder. Aha! I've made the adjustments to the headlamp. Should be fine now. Thanks, Nathan. Other than the minor repair, there are no other problems with the automobile. Do you think Albert suspects anything? Who cares what he thinks? We've kept him here. He might be convinced to help us. That's what's important. Convinced, bribed, threatened, he'll be useful. I think so. He and I are meeting up in the boathouse to discuss his possible usefulness. Evan tried to make Albert go away earlier. It didn't work. And now that the bridge is out, that's unlikely to happen. Maybe Albert can be persuaded to head westward for the right price. Maybe. I'll let you know what transpires. I'm going to look for Evan. I can tell he's upset, but you know how he is. Always going off on his own, yeah. Maybe try the jetty? Thanks, I'll check there. I have a few other places in mind first. My meeting with Albert in the boathouse begins shortly. I'll look for Evan after that. Good luck. You guys are scheming hardcore, but about what? Suspicious. Alright, so am I stuck here? Examine hay. Look hay. Even a city girl such as yourself can tell that those hay bales are old and dusty. It seems there hasn't been much need for them in a long time. Climb ladder. You climb down the ladder. Nathan yelps in surprise. Oh, Nancy, I didn't see you there. Yeah, I wondered how we were sneaking out of this one. Talk, Nathan. Good evening, Nathan. Thought you were Evan. Sometimes he likes to walk the grounds when he's troubled. Alright. Open door. Pardon me, Miss Maple. I'm expected elsewhere. Oh, that's what that was, a lamp. Makes sense. Have a good night, Nancy. Good night, Nathan. I wonder where Nathan's off to. Well, he only told us so. Let's see, let's go be Snoopy. Let's see, talk, Nathan. Hello, Nathan. It's such a nice night, isn't it? Ah, Nancy. If you don't mind, I'd prefer to be by myself right now. Certainly. So then... Excuse me, Miss Maple. I'm meeting someone in there. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Put cup on door. You don't hear any voices behind the boathouse door, even with the aid of the drinking glass. The river is too loud to hear anything, even though I know Nathan and Albert are in there having a conversation. How do I sneak this? Put cup on wall. How do I eavesdrop? Crack door. Open door slightly. Open door. Wait. Save first, in case this does something to get me killed. Open door. Goodbye. Alright, did we miss it all? I don't think we did what we were supposed to on that one. We may just have to miss out on that. Maybe we're not supposed to know. Ooh, hello. Interesting. Wait, what's this on the ground? Look ground. You're relieved to see a path in this part of the forest. You can walk anyway. There's some strange puddles of liquid glistening in the moonlight. Nessa and Corvus seem to be having an intense conversation. If I can get closer, maybe I'll be able to hear what they're saying. But how can you get closer? Except maybe... listen. You conceal yourself behind an ideally situated apple tree. I won't be needing this anymore. Nessa takes a silver flask from her pocket and pours it out onto the grass. Did she poison her? I bet she did. What's that? Water adulterated with poison. I soaked flypaper in a glass jar and poured the liquid into my silver flask. Tossed the jars over the waterfall. Easy as pie. I didn't think it would be quite so effective. I was thinking it would be more gradual, less dramatic. The tart couldn't even die properly, but no matter. It could look suspicious and be investigated. What does it matter? There aren't any rangers around or any other form of law in this godforsaken place. But we don't want any more complications. This will all be over soon, but we'll need to be bold. I'm ready for the next step. Good. Well, we know who the murderer is. What a strange conversation. Nessa mentioned tossing some jars into the river by the waterfall. I should go by the waterfall and take a look. Yes, I suppose you should, shouldn't you? But first, let's be nosy over here. See anything in this shed noteworthy? Look. A shelf at the back holds various garden tools. Take flypaper. Pick up the box of flypaper. Think we're gonna need that later since she admitted to using it as the murder weapon. Kind of. Okay, what is this gold? Ah, Mr. Richards, there you are. Mr. Richards? Evan doesn't acknowledge your presence. He looks lost in thought. Or maybe highly inebriated. Possibly both. Talk. Evan. Mr. Richards, what are you doing here? Mr. Richards ignores you and continues drinking. Ooh, I better be careful and not stray too close to the edge of the jetty. Talk Evan. He ignores you. Ask Evan about Margot. Doesn't respond to your attempts at conversation. Look. Take alcohol. You doubt Mr. Richards would take too kindly to that. Look. Yeah. Alright, rotting log lying on its side. Evan's here. There's a trail of spilled liquid leading to the jetty. Look, liquid. Wonder what this could be. Ask Evan about liquid. Alright, he's not gonna talk to us. Poor guy. I hear a rumbling in the distance. Is that thunder? It sounds like an automobile heading towards the carriage house. Is Jack back from the train station? Maybe I should head over there and see what's going on, or I could head to the lodge and see what's going on over there. Alright, let's see. Look. Jar. There's a glass jar bobbing in the furiously churning water. You can just barely make out a flash of yellow inside the jar. Okay, well, as interesting as that is, think that I need to go check out the... I hear voices near this doorway. Listen. Hear my... Alright, put cup on door. They can't know why you're really here. Who knows what could happen? Of course. I understand the potential risk involved. I'll be discreet with my investigation. We'll just say you were in the area and that's how you got here so soon. Not that you were already on your way. Understood. The young lady, Margot. Yes, Margot. Is there any reason to believe her death was suspicious? She's always been a bit sickly. Don't bother yourself with that. Just make like you're looking into her death. That'll be a good cover. But focus on what you're really here for. Okay, Jack. Conversation seems to be over. Look window. Look in window. Anything out by the gazebo? Murder gazebo? Open the door. Alright, we're back in the lodge. Anything creepy gonna happen? Oh, well, there's Nathan. Talk Nathan. Good evening, Nathan. Good evening, Nancy. I don't know how you guys can be so chipper when Margot literally just died in front of you. Jack poked his head in here to tell me he's back and that the automobile managed to stay in one piece for his journey. He also said that a ranger's come to the lodge and that this ranger wants to have a meeting in the dining room. Perhaps you should head there. Alright, well... But I'm gonna be nosy and see if there's anything up here first. And also... Oh, hello. Good evening, Nessa. It's very late, and I'm tired. I have no patience for you right now. Talk Nessa about Bruges. Ask Nessa about Bruges. Probably won't be satisfied until I'm actually able to return her brooch to her. I'll hold off revealing anything until then. Well, she's not who I'm looking for, though. I was looking to open wardrobe, And now I'm going to try taking this cane. Okay, never mind. Close door. Wrong door. Close wardrobe. OD. Open that door. Let's see. Is anything noteworthy going on in these other rooms? You know, I bet. Actually. Oh, interesting. Look, desk. Yeah, the desk drawers and cupboards are all open and they look like they've been rifled through. Look papers. Contents of the desk have been strewn all over the carpeted floor. At a glance, the papers are old guest receipts from the lodge's glory days, as well as some general bookkeeping. Someone has inconsiderately stepped on some of the papers, too. What a mess. Take papers. You're a mineralogist, not a forensic accountant. Look in desk. Okay, so there's nothing in the desk worth seeing. Alright, look wardrobe. Look cabinet. Look in cabinet. Glass pane cabinet is full of curios and memorabilia, trophies, and ceramic vases. Look in drawer. There's some woolen blankets. It must get chilly in here despite the fireplace. So someone's been rifling around this room, and I would bet it was Nessa. Take tongs. Tongs are best left alone. Well, I don't think that's true. Anything going on in the kitchen? Well, Jack's back here. Talk, Jack. Hello, Jack. There's a meeting in the dining room. Go on in. Settle into a chair around the dining table. Ah, Nancy, there you are. We're about to get started. Where's Mr. Richards? Don't you worry, miss. Mr. Richards needs time to be alone with his thoughts. He'll probably be here in a bit. And where's Nathan? Never you mind, Nancy. This here's Ranger Murdoch. He was out on patrol by the train station, lucky for us. I told him about poor Margot. He said he wouldn't mind stopping by and filing a report. A report? Whatever for? She had a fit and died. Bury her and be done with it. Gives me the creeps having a dead body around. I'm sure nothing's amiss, but how could I turn down Jack's hospitality? I'll take a look, file a report of the death, and save old Doc Travers a trip up here. What about the bridge explosion? Do you have any news about that? Bridge explosion? News doesn't travel very fast in these parts. I'm out in the bush most of the time. Of course, I was so distracted by Margot's death that I completely forgot to mention the bridge to Ranger Murdoch. Anyway, I sent a telegraph to the closest town. I'm sure the appropriate authorities are handling it. I'm sure. Bears and raccoons are more my jurisdiction. Not much happens out this way. Tomorrow morning I'll take a look at Miss Margot and be on my way. Sounds good. My, it's late. You must be bushed. I'll get you set up in the spare room upstairs. Are we done here? I'm dreadfully tired. I am tired as well. Nessa and Corvus leave the table after exchanging what seems to be a series of impatient looks. Kimmy follows soon after, seemingly unwilling to appear rude by leaving first. By the time Jack shows the ranger to the spare room, you realize a lot of time has passed and Mr. Richards still hasn't turned up. I should check up on Mr. Richards. Oh no, where's Mr. Richards? Oh boy. You're shocked to see such disarray. I don't like the look of this. Alright, let's save. Let's see. What's a good chapter name? Chapter name. Chapter name. We're going to go with Drink and Dash. Okay, yeah. Look, bottle. Look, alcohol. Some sort of liquid splashed on the jetty. I wonder what this could be. Look, ground. There's liquid splashed haphazardly on the jetty and the path leading up to it. The source of the liquid appears to be Mr. Richards. Uh-oh. Okay, so there's still that bottle there, and I still don't know how to get it. Take bottle. Take jar. Need to find a safe way to get closer. Oh, well. Probably this, right? Open the door. Get in canoe. Undock canoe. Untie canoe. Alright, well, the game doesn't want me doing that, at least not right now. Well, uh-oh. You see some possible signs of a struggle. There are scuffs and shoe prints in the grass and on the path, and some tree branches have been snapped off. Alright. Look. Tree. The more you look at the scene, the more convinced you become that whatever happened at the jetty continued in this part of the woods. Scuffs and shoe prints on the grass. You can see freshly broken branches. Look. Look at on branch. Look branch. Tree branches stick out like arms ready to cling and scratch at unwary passers-by. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what this swaying thing is on the tree. Look rope. Look string. Hello? Signs of a struggle continue in the area around the smokehouse. The scuff marks and shoe prints continue along the path and into the smokehouse. The door to the smokehouse is shut tight, but you can hear some indistinct noises inside. Eek! Wait. Look ground. Take button. Okay, let's see. Let's put cup on door. I don't know that we want to go in there right now. But let's follow this trail. Open door. Let's see, what if we look cabinet? Alright, what do you call this thing? Buffet, display cabinet. Let's see, look, display cabinet. Look Buffet. Look cupboard. Alright, well, I was trying to examine where all that liquid was from, but... Alright, well, I think it really wants us to go into that smokehouse. So let's save first. Because I have found out the hard way, you can die in this game, at least if you trip over the edge and fall in that water right there. Alright, let's do it. Oh! Nancy, I'm busy in here. Please step outside. Nathan is frantically rummaging in the smokehouse. Hey, Zuki, how's it going? He's frantically rummaging in the smokehouse. Nathan, where's Mr. Richards? What's happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Points, clicks. Yeah, it is certainly that. Well, I mean, I say it's a point and click. It's really not. You can't do any clicking. It's all typing. It's adventure game. It's adventure game time. If you don't have any helpful information, please leave me to figure this out. Oh, of course. On one hand, I'm relieved I didn't stumble on anything ghastly. On the other, where's Mr. Richardson? What's happened to him? Need to come to some conclusions and present them to Nathan. Maybe then he'll let me into the smokehouse and I can continue my investigation. Wonder who dropped this metal button that I found near the smokehouse. Gonna need to figure out who was involved in the scene I found at the jetty. Alright, there's mystery afoot on top of even more mysteries. Look. Just look. Alright, you see little puddles of liquid lit by the moon. More convinced whatever happened to the jetty continued in those part of the woods. Let's see. Look. What do I want to look at? I don't know. Look. Scuffs. Scuffs and scrapes on the pads of the... Look at the cookie. Look. Cookie. There's no thumbprint cookie here, nor do you have one on your person. Yeah, there was actually a cookie earlier in the game that we had to feed to somebody else as part of a thing. And then we also had a second cookie in the inventory, and you know what we did with it? You want to know what we did with it? We ate it. Yeah, we're real degenerates over here. Eating cookies like it's nothing. These maps are laid out in wonky ways sometimes. No wonder you got trapped in a land. I mean, I'm out now. Okay. Do some sneaking. But there's nothing in there. Alright, close door. Let's do sneaking inside the lodge. Let's start back here. Okay, nothing sticks out. Nothing sticks out. He might be at the bar. Nothing in there. Looking for secrets. Look flypaper. Alright, take flypaper. You drop the old strip of flypaper into the wastebasket below. Ugh. Oh, the box is empty. Okay, well. I guess that's just a bonus thing that you can do. Okay, what about up here? Faint noise coming from the closet. It sounds like someone's in there. Listen. Definitely hear someone or something in the upstairs closet. Oh, pardon me. You stumbled upon the ranger rummaging in the closet. Ranger Murdoch, what are you doing in here? Oh, Miss Maple, is it? You certainly gave me a start. Jack directed me to the bathroom, but I don't seem to be in the right place. Oh yeah, great cover story, bro. I'm used to being out in the wilderness, but a bucket doesn't seem that appropriate as a bathroom, eh? Ah, the bathroom is across the hall from the spare room. Oh, I thought Jack said across from the stairs. My mistake, excuse me. Yeah, we all believe you. You definitely didn't walk into this room and think, this is probably the bathroom, right? I wonder if I can lock door. No lockable door here. Open blue trunk. You try the silver key in the blue trunk's padlock. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit. Blue trunk has a big padlock on it that requires a key which you don't have. Let's see. Open green trunk. It's locked. Alright, well, okay. That is not what we need. But I do have a silver key that's going to be good on something. Hey there, Nancy. Full house, isn't it? If you're looking for the ranger, he should be in the bathroom across the hall, freshening up. Jack said Ranger Murdoch would be in here. I wonder where he could be. Not in here. More eavesdropping. You can hear a muffled conversation behind the closed door. Alright, put cup on door. And what government agency did you say sent you, Mr. Respa? Your government sent me. The specific name of the agency escapes me. Here, I have the documents. I trust they're in order. Thank you. Let's see. Yes, those look just fine. Humph, of course they do. May I see your identification papers? There's a pause in the conversation. Even with the aid of the drinking glass, you strain to hear what comes next. See here, officer. I'm a very busy man. I don't have time to root about in my documents to produce my identification papers at the moment. I'm here because my government is doing a favor to your government, yes? Strong international relationships are vital, especially in the times to come. Doubtless you are aware of the current state of world affairs. I am. So if I were you, I'd take a step back and turn your attention to the dead woman in the cellar. Which is, after all, the reason you are here? Of course. Have a good evening to you, Mr. Respa. So much for Canadian hospitality. Oh, Miss Maple. Good evening. Good evening. He's being real nosy. I wonder. Let's see, this bag right here. Look bag. Look bed. Leather satchel. Open satchel. It's locked. Maybe open satchel with key? Alright, nope. That wasn't it. Look in trash. There isn't anything in the waste paper bag. Well, I mean, I see paper sticking out of it, but okay. Anything in here? Oh, well, there's Kimmy. Let's talk to Kimmy. Oh, hi, Nancy. Something wrong? Think it's time to move on. I feel like I've worn out my welcome here. Oh, why do you say that? People here are so unfriendly, rude even. I much prefer birds in the great outdoors. Not to mention, poor Margot. The lodge is just full of so much tension. Angry, muffled voices, slamming doors. I'm going to head to bed soon. Maybe things will look better in daylight. I hope so, Kimmy. Good night. Good night, Nancy. I think Kimmy's just like us, where she's just kind of caught up in all this. Alright. Margot gave us a clue about finding something. Ooh, okay. Listen. You can hear less. Okay, okay. Put cup on door. Okay. Close door. Maybe listen. Don't you dare touch a thing. I'm looking for my ruby brooch, the one Margot stole. Oh, well, I can help you look for it. Not on your life, you'll just pocket it for yourself. Get out of here. Alright, well. You guys are extremely classless. Talk Corvus. Mr. Shaw, not right now, Miss Maple. Can't you see we're busy? Alright, well, you guys suck. Open door. Maybe in here there's something. Not looking like much, though. Alright, did we check out all the rooms up here? I guess we didn't actually go in here, did we? I forgot to lock my door again. I've had more than enough of your company, Nancy. Please leave me to my work. Look in trash. Albert's waste paper basket is filled with... What do you think you're doing going through my rubbish? Leave that alone. Okay, he's in a mood. Being a little grumpy. Oh, pardon me. Good evening, Miss Maple. I'm just getting settled in for the night. Talk man. Here's my chance to tell an officer of the law about what's happened to Margot. Should tell him about my investigation. Margot's illness and death seem quite suspicious. I could tell him about that. Good evening, Ranger Murdoch. How are you settling in? Oh, hello, Miss Maple. I'm settling in well. I had no idea there were so many folks at the lodge tonight. Let's see. Talk Ranger about Margot. Ask Ranger about Margot. I'll examine Margot's body tomorrow morning. According to Jack, she's had some health issues which probably contributed to her death. I'd be filling out a death certificate and notifying her next of kin, although Jack told me she doesn't really have any. Do I have anything helpful to tell Ranger Murdoch about Margot's death, or is my investigation into it? Let's see. Notes. Okay, we found... They're collecting something sparkly on the riverbank. Find Evan. Talk to Nathan. Listen to Nessa and Corvus's conversation. Nessa had emptied her flask of liquid. Nessa was involved in Margot's death. Okay. Ask Ranger about Nessa. Miss Crab, she was asking me about the theft of a brooch of hers. Afraid I can't help her. I have bigger fish to fry. I think she's looking for a brooch now, actually. I've been hearing rummaging and voices in the rooms down the hall. No. Let's see. Inventory. What do we got? Show Ranger Flypaper. Okay, I guess I can't show him things. Talk Ranger. Tell me. Okay, so he's just repeating dialogue. All right. Ask Ranger about investigation. Mr. Ranger Murdoch, I'd like to discuss my investigation with you. Your investigation? Yes, into Margot's suspicious death. Actually, I haven't really found much connected to Margot's death that would support any theories about how she died. I'm certain it wasn't natural causes, but no one will believe me unless I can find any evidence to the contrary. I'll get back to you on that. The river is fast flowing. It leads to a precipitous waterfall. If I was trying to get rid of evidence, I might try to throw it in the river and hope the waterfall carries it far away. Margot was indeed poisoned. How did she ingest it? We were all served the same food. Could it have been something she drank? Where would a poison come from? What kinds of poisons are commonly used in a household like this? I should ask Jack. I suspect Margot might have been poisoned. Maybe if I examined her mouth, I could learn more. Alright, tell him about her illness. Okay. Ask Ranger about Margot illness. Tell Ranger Murdoch what you discovered so far. I've examined Margot's body and made some interesting observations about the state of her health before her death. Margot suffered from aches and pains that had gotten more acute recently. That would be suspicious. I should take a closer look before I discuss her suspicious death. I'm afraid there's really not much to go on right now. Alright, examine her body more closely. We know where her murder weapon is. It's floating in the river where we can't get it. Examine glass. Oh, powdery white residue at the bottom of her glass. Examine powder. Doesn't benefit from closer examination. Alright, so that's how she got poisoned. Oh, there's Jack. Talk, Jack. Hi, Nancy. I'm just taking a bit of a break before I go up to bed. I've really been run off my feet these days. I don't need to talk with him. I don't really even trust him. Okay, so apparently that's the way to leave, but I can't leave yet. I'm still searching. Look, jar. Can barely make out a flashy yellow inside the jar. Take jar. Need to find a way to get closer. How do I get that? Okay. I just feel like something in here. Get in canoe. Well, if it doesn't want me to use the canoe, how am I supposed to get that jar? Maybe I should go examine her body in the cellar first. Open door. Examine Margot. Examine mouth. Open mouth. Test mouth. Look at lips. Starting to darken a purplish hue. Is there not more of a clue? Just look. Laid out on a wooden table. Look throat. Slap Margot. I mean, can we really even examine her mouth any further? Look in mouth. Open mouth. Okay, well, that didn't really reveal anything additional. I think we were thorough enough on the first try. Look bird bath. Look in bird bath. Alright, nothing in there. What is this on the... Look branches. Look broken branches. Take broken branch. See, whatever this string is. Just looking everywhere. Okay, he won't let me in there. If I can get that fly paper somehow. Do I have an item for that? Let's see, inventory. No. No, we don't have an item for that. Not there. Maybe there's something in here we can use. Take rope. Okay, so I can use the rope to do what? Take shovel. Look. Table and a stool, shovel at the back, gardening, tending to. Look, table. Look, shelf. Plant food, pesticides, herbicide, seeds, pot, a spray bottle, watering can, and a lantern. Take lantern. Take lantern, not misspelled. Take spray bottle. Take bottle. What did it say is on there? Let's look again. Look shelf. Plant food, pesticides, herbicides, seeds, pots, spray bottle, watering can, lantern. Alright. Take watering can. All right, it doesn't want me to have any of that, so I'm assuming I don't need it. Well, feeling the tiniest bit stumped, but that seems to me like a good point to take a little break and think on this. So we'll go ahead and jump to break, be back in a few, and I don't know, hopefully some ingenious thoughts will come to me in the meantime, but we'll figure it out. Be right back, everybody. All right, we are back. So I did try to get the smallest hint of direction on what to do. And it mentions that apparently we missed a conversation that would have clued us in on something we can do that I'm going to go try. So I think it did say we would need a cup of water. Fill mug with water. And then we need to find some fireplace that actually has fire in it. I think it's the one in our room. Let's see. Use or pour water on fire. Examine fire. Look fireplace. There's a fireplace tool standing. There's some powdery soot. There's a map in the fireplace. The map looks damp and is no longer on fire. Take map. Okay. Look map. Look. Oh, okay. It's Kimmy's map. Slightly charred and damp, but it's still mostly intact. Let's look at it with this. There's a location circled on the map. It's the Sioux Locks. What's at the Sioux Locks? Why would Albert be upset by a map with the Sioux Locks circled? Open door. And then also apparently we have what we need to get this jar. I just didn't think about it before. Let's see. Tie rope to tree. Tie rope to waist. Take jar. Take the glass. All right. Remove rope. Untie rope. Untie rope from tree. In your enthusiasm to secure the rope, you created a series of undoable knots. All right, so that's the game's way of saying you're not going to need that rope anymore. So we got the jar. And what is in the jar? Inside is a damp strip of flypaper. Looks like one of his jam jars. Inspection reveals a white powder residue at the bottom of the jar, a strip of damp flypaper inside the jar, and a small oily spot on the outside of the jar. Small oily spot sounds like a fingerprinting situation. Dust jar for prints. Interesting. Put tape on print. Put tape on jar. Okay, so it won't let me tape it. And then there was something else we could do, something about the salt that we found earlier that probably actually isn't salt. Let's see. Rub salt on plate. Take a few larger crystals of salt and rub them across your streak plate. The salt produces a white streak. I suppose that's to be expected. So if I were looking for other minerals mixed in with the salt, doing it like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Alright, well then what about if we make the salt go away that's mixed in? Fill mug with water. Put salt in mug. The rock shell should be dissolved by now. Rub salt on plate. Okay, wait. Inventory. What do I have? I have the mug. Filled it with some water. There's salty water in the mug. Now what do I do? Pour mug. Can't just dump the water on the floor. Well, how would I dump it? How would I resolve that? Maybe I just need to look at the salt in the water. Look salt. Look in mug. Okay, if it should be resolved by now. It should be resolved by now. What do I do with it? Pour water into glass. Pour glass. Pour glass into sink. Pour mug into sink. Some of the rock salt doesn't seem to have melted. Strange. Okay, so that's how it was. I was afraid that if I did that, it was going to pour out the rocks too and get me a bad score. So investigate this stuff. Sadly, some crystals you get from the bag of rock salt didn't dissolve in the water. These tiny colorless minerals from the salt sample aren't salt as they didn't dissolve in water. These insoluble crystals look like little octahedrons. These are a little too small for me to examine properly with my loupe. I'll need to take these back to the museum and get them under a microscope. Methinks they might be diamonds. And now we have this flypaper jar. We should go get this glass too. Since that's 100% where she got poisoned. Now, is she still here searching? Yeah, she's here. I wonder if I should have put out this fire. Let's look at the inventory one more time. So we have that. And the flypaper. Okay. Alright. Show. Or no. Ask Ranger about investigation. I'd like to discuss my investigation with you. Your investigation into Margot's suspicious death. Found some powdery white residue in the bottom of Margot's drinking glass. Earlier this evening, I saw Nessa bring Margot a jug of water in a glass. It would have been the perfect opportunity for Nessa to poison her. Talk Ranger about investigation again? Oh, ask Ranger about investigation. Alright, well, he doesn't seem to have anything to say about that. I kind of thought he would have more to say about that than nothing. Alright, what's here that we're missing? Let's see. The last of the water in Margot's glass is evaporating, leaving a white powdery residue. Wonder what this could be. And then discovered a fingerprint on her glass. Compare fingerprints. Aha! The fingerprint on the glass jar belongs to Nessa. Compare fingerprints again. Okay. Well, I'm finding a lot of damning evidence against her, but nothing in here. Nothing up my sleeve. Inventory one more time. Look prints on glass. I kind of feel like I know what the game wants me to do. I just don't know the really hyper specific way the game wants me to do it. So there was a spot on that map. Check Kimmy map. Still mostly intact. Where was it? Sue Locks. Maybe I need to talk with him about it. Hi, Albert. How are you? Albert studiously ignores you. Ask Albert about Sue Locks. I don't know what about that, Nancy. I'm a mineralogist, not a silver engineer. Let's see. I don't know if that's a generic answer or if I did it wrong. Okay. Ask Albert about Seuss Locks. You are too curious. Why don't you find your friend Kimmy, or someone else who would appreciate your attempts at drumming up conversation? Alright, he just does not want to mess with me, which, fair enough. I'm playing a very annoying character. Let's see. Talk Ranger. Okay. What does the notebook say? Okay, dust the jam jar for fingerprints. Examine Margot's body more closely and talk to the ranger. Ask Ranger about Margot body. Tell him what you... I've examined Margot's body and made some interesting observations about the state of her health before death. She suffered from aches and pains. That would be suspicious. Maybe I should examine her body more closely than ask her about the illness again. I mean, what else do you want me to look at? You wouldn't even let me take her top off. For scientific reasons. To make sure that I could find all the clues I needed, you know? I mean, that's real. That's CSI. Okay. Look. Body. 2 handy pockets and a matching sash. Golden hair is uncharacteristic disarray, and her fair complexion is veering towards pallid. Her arms lie limply at her side. Check eyes. Margot's pretty blue eyes will never open again. Check mouth. Powder. I don't know. Open mouth. I've done this a million times now. Compare powder. Okay, nope, can't do that. Move robe. I'm hoping to learn more about what happened to Margot, but I don't think it would be appropriate to do that. I'm confident I can make some astute observations with that while still preserving her dignity. It'd be nice if I could actually click on any of this. Let's save before I forget. Let's see. Studying abroad. Check pockets. Look in pockets. Okay, we didn't find anything else in her pockets. I really don't know what else there is to examine off of her body, but the game's implying that there's more. What are we missing? Let's see. Okay. So it seemed to indicate that if we found the small key, which we did, that there's something we can use it for from Margot, which makes sense. But I thought we looked at everything. Let's see. Maybe it was something in here. Open drawer. Okay. Open drawer with key. Unlock drawer. Okay, so that was it. Open drawer. Look in drawer. Most of the drawers are full of various cosmetics meant for various parts of the face and don't interest you. But one drawer holds something worthy of closer inspection. You see a slim wooden box with a hinged lid and a smooth leather handle. Ooh. Now, what are you? Take case. Open box. Ooh. Look. Kit contains a host of mysterious objects. A particular interest are a pamphlet, a glass bottle, a metal box, and a small ampoule. Look, ampoule. Whatever that is. Small ampoule contains whitish yellow powder. It has a paper label. Look, powder. It's difficult to identify on sight alone. Luckily, there's a paper label. Read label. Paper reads Salvarsan 6G, single use, manufactured by W. Martindale. There's even smaller print near the bottom of the label you can't quite make out. What else was there here? Pamphlet, glass bottle, metal box. Alright. Look, pamphlet. Printed in tiny words on fine paper. Read pamphlet. Cover of the pamphlet reads Elric's Magic Bullet. Kit prepared by W. Martindale, chemist. Look, bottle. Glass bottle contains a rubber tube that is attached to its neck. Look, metal box. Open metal box. Never been good at opening these types of little metal boxes. After chipping a nail, you decide to leave it alone. What is this? Shiny, yeah. Shiny and secret. Was she like an assassin or something? Take box? This box belongs or belonged to Margot. It would be wrong to take it, would it? Take powder. Okay, so what was in here again? Pamphlet, glass bottle, metal box, and a small... Okay, so we already looked at all that. Close box. Take kit. Okay, I already did take a peek inside. Did I take bottle? It wouldn't be right to take any of Margot's belongings. Alright, well then why are you showing me this? What is this for? Alright, well. Close drawer. Don't need Nessa finding any of that. Lock drawer. You lock the vanity drawers with the small silver key. Just in case Nessa tries to come and find that. I don't want her to have it. So we have this map. Can we go to that spot on the map? Okay, nothing over here for us anymore. Oh, Nancy, I'm busy in here. Please step outside. Where's Mr. Richards? What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. If you don't have any helpful information, please leave me to figure this out. Alright, where's he and what's happened to him? Wonder who dropped this metal button that I found near the smokehouse. Metal button, huh? Just checking every room and every scene until I stumble on something. That seems to be how you play this game. Anything up here? Alright, still nothing in here. Nothing in here, I don't think. Alright, he's still being a jerk. Game's not giving me a lot of direction. Think. Alright. Maybe there's more to do with that box. It never told me well done, which is usually the sign. Unlock drawer. Open drawer. I mean, look drawer, look in drawer. Okay, open box. Dust for prints. Alright, maybe examine. I don't know, examine handle. Think you see some faint oily marks on the smooth hand. Okay, here we go. Dust handle for prints. Alright. Wonder if there are more fingerprints. Alright, well then now let's dust everything. Dust ampoule. Okay, so ampoules are single use, so that has not been touched. Dust metal box. Okay, that has fingerprints. Dust bottle. Dust pamphlet. Okay. Examine pamphlet print. You discern that the fingerprint on the cover of the pamphlet belongs to Margot. Well, that makes sense. It is her box. Look at the other parts and see what you find. Alright, well, let's see. Read pamphlet. Did we? Alright, open pamphlet. Oh, okay. Read pamphlet. The interior of the pamphlet has detailed instructions on how to administer the mysterious contents of the kit. The instructions are complicated, involving sterilizing water, dissolving the yellow crystals in caustic soda, methyl alcohol. I mean, wow, Margaret was a lot bigger brain than I thought to be able to handle all this. The instructions go on to say an assistant is required to help administer the injection correctly. This acidic solution ought to be injected deeply and slowly into each buttock. Ouch, I don't think I want to read anymore. There's an extremely small paragraph at the bottom that you can't quite make out. Read small paragraph. No matter how hard you squint, you still can't read the minute letters in the small paragraph. Use loop on small paragraph. All right, well, I can't use. Put loop on small paragraph. Take pamphlet. Well, you don't intend on taking any of her belongings. It couldn't hurt. All right, so it doesn't want me to do that. Put down pamphlet. All right, I want to look more at the kid. Okay, examine metal box finger, or well, just print. You discern that one of the fingers belongs to Margot and the other to Jack. That makes sense. He was being sneaky with her earlier. Examine bottle prints. Alright, Margot and Jack. Examine handle prints. Okay, so examine ampoule. Alright, well, I think now maybe I got everything from it I can. Lock drawer. Close drawer. Lock drawer. Hey, Shift, how's it going? You know me, just being the big D. And trying to solve a murder mystery. It didn't start out a murder mystery, but someone got murdered, so now it is. Big D. Yeah, no, I said what I said. So, what can be done now? Wonder if I need to ask Jack about Kit. Found a strange kit in Margot's vanity. Do you know anything about that? It was full of interesting things. A kit? I don't know anything about that. I found your fingerprints on this kit, Jack. Ooh, call him out. Did you have something to do with Margot's death? No, Margot had a medical condition and I helped her take the medicine. But I never asked her what was in it. The writing on the labels are tiny. My eyes are bad. I couldn't read them and didn't try. I know. You heard us? Jack goes red. Yes, once. I didn't mean to. That probably sounded really suspicious. But Nancy, we were friends and friends only. Do you think her treatments killed her? We were always so careful. Was it dangerous or poisonous? I actually don't know if anything in Margot's kit was poisonous. Should examine the contents of that kit more closely to see what I can find. The ampoule would be a good place to start. I should see if the pamphlet can reveal any more clues. Well, I mean, had hoped we had found everything to do with that kit, but we'll go look at it one more time. Unlock drawers. Open drawers. So much typing in these games. Look in drawer. Open box. It was Kimmy in the stable with the crimson diamond. Of course. It's also obvious now. Also, spoilers. I mean, you could have let me figure that out, but no, okay, be that way. It's fine. I'll just have to act surprised now. Okay. Examine ampoule. Paper label on it. Read label. Salvarson. 6G. Read small print. Okay, so it won't let me read the small print. What did it say? Salvarson. Close drawers. I don't trust like that. This house is full of crazy people. Okay, what if I ask Jack about Sanvarson? Not got much to say about that. All right, great. Helpful. Thank you. A little turnaround. Let's see. We knew Django murdered the cookie. Well, I mean, I was always going to do that. Like, even before the game made me do it, I was like, I'm going to tear up some cookies. I mean, it's not my fault that your kind is so delicious. Let's see. Examine decanter. Here at the shattered remains of what is clearly the crystal decanter from the dining room. Last saw this in Mr. Richard's hands as he was seated right here on this jetty. What on earth happened here? Oh my, the decanter would have needed to be picked up and thrown down with some force to break like this. I think I see some oily imprints. I wonder who's been handling this recently. Besides Mr. Richards, that is, because I doubt he would have broken it intentionally. It was Django with the cookie in the cookie jar. Who, me? Couldn't be. Yes, you. Then who? Alright. What do I need to do? That's right. I need to dust decanter or prints. Dust decanter. 2 fingerprints. Alright. Examine prints. Examine decanter prints. You conclude one of these belongs to Evan and the others is Nessa's. It would be helpful to learn his shoe size. Can I place anyone else at the jetty? You'll need everyone else's shoe size. What? Examine footprints. The certain came from a size 14 foot. First of all, I need to determine whether he made any of the shoe prints. Did Jack encounter him during the incident? Who knows what size Nessa's feet are under that long skirt? I'll need to investigate. Whoa. Okay. Interesting segue. It's LA Noir all over again, seriously. Where have I seen Kimmy walking around outside? Could she have left some shoe prints on moist ground? What would be an unobtrusive way to learn Corvus's shoe size? Wonder if he's left any shoe prints anywhere. Albert could be mixed up in all this, but I'll need to find out his shoe size before I can say for certain one way or another. Nathan could have made those shoe prints. I certainly can't rule him out. If I see Nathan walking in an area where he could have left shoe prints, I think so, and not too long ago. Okay, so all about hunting for footprints this time. Check footprints. To the east. Wait. Examine footprint. You know what they say about murderers with large boots? They have large murder weapons. Yeah. Yeah. If you know what I mean. Some of these look like the same size 14 shoe, but they're smaller shoe prints too, possibly a woman's size 8. And then look or examine footprint. Was it? No, she was standing like right here. Examine footprint. Okay, well, I know that she was standing here earlier, but she didn't. Let's see. Examine footprint. Shoe prints on this side of the bridge are quite large and freshly made. Considering I witnessed Nathan make these, I can conclude he wears size 16? Are they just all giants in, like, rural ye old Canada? I guess that would make sense. They're basically frost giants. But still. Jack, he's a size 12. Let's see, we did see Albert out here. Examine footprint. Okay, none here to look at. Examine footprint. Kimmy's shoe prints. She's a 6 or 6.5. All right, where else? All right, for Corvus. He should be in this room. Examine shoe. Peer into the shiny, well-maintained shoes. Thanks to the loop, you can read the size printed on the inside, even though it's a bit faded. These are size 14. Seeing as they're set down by Corvus's bed, I think it's safe to assume they're his shoes. Alright, so we found, what, everybody except for Albert? We need to find her shoe size. How are we going to do that? Open wardrobe. Open drawers. Yeah, the murderer was a shoe. It's empty. She hasn't had the chance to unpack. Close wardrobe. Look in drawer. She prefers to live out of her suitcase. Close drawer. Well, then let's just get into her suitcase, why don't we? Of course it's locked. Nothing here is ever easy. But maybe we can use this. She was rummaging right here. Look, shoes. Don't you dare touch a thing. I'm looking for my ruby brooch, the one Margot stole. Oh, well, I can help you look for it. Not on your life. You'll just pocket it for yourself. Get out of here. Alright, so she won't even let us look around in this room. But then how do we confirm her foot size? Although maybe... Now that I think about it... Examine footprint. Someone has stepped on the document scattered over the lush carpet has created very clear imprints of their shoes. I already know Kimmy's shoe size, so this shoe print must belong to Nessa. These shoe prints definitely came from a woman's shoes, judging from the heel, and none of the men have feet nearly this small. I'd say these shoe prints are a size 8. You think you can barely discern a couple of oily spots on one of the papers. Ooh, dust papers. Does this game have a put newspaper under door, push key out of keyhole, pull key under door puzzle? Not that I've found yet, but I wouldn't put it past it. It has had, the closest thing it's had to that was, I got a piece, I was trying to get everybody's prints to be able to use to ID fingerprints. And the most difficult one was a guy who, he was making cookies and he had some raw ones that he wasn't going to cook. And they were conveniently thumbprint cookies. So his thumbprint was preserved in it, but I couldn't dust for prints like I could with everything else. So what the game wanted me to do was I had to go get candle wax off of the candles in the dining area. I had to find a way to melt that wax and pour it into the cookie. And then after it cooled, I had to go cool it off. After it cooled, then I couldn't just break the cookie off. I had to actually eat the cookie off of the thumbprint. And yeah, it was probably the most convoluted of the puzzles that the game's thrown at me so far. It was a fun one. I did have to get a hint at the direction to go with it because for the life of me, I couldn't think of anything in the house to fill in with. I was just completely overlooking the candles. Like, completely. Though you're reluctant to soil the papers with soot, you decide the situation merits it. After carefully applying a bit of soot, you find some distinct fingerprints. Examine prints. Wait, no. Maybe inventory? Not in the inventory. Well then, examine paper. Oh, one of these fingerprints I lifted from the documents in the study belongs to Mr. Richards, which is as it should be, but the other belongs to Nessa. Wow, it's almost like Nessa has already basically confessed to murdering someone and is being caught red-handed and everything else. To the surprise of pretty much no one. But Jack and Nathan are being real suspicious about certain things too. Let's see, so what do our notes say? That's right, we're looking for foot sizes. Nathan, Jack. So we need to have Evan's foot size and... Or no, we already found his, I think. Wait, or did we? Let's see. Open trunk. Okay, it's locked. Do you have any shoes in here? Open wardrobe. Look in wardrobe. Garden bags, folded up pair of overalls. Not what we need. Clothes wardrobe. It was the one-armed man. You've got it all wrong. It wasn't me. Oh, wait, no, I bet I'm... Okay. Okay. Finally a purpose for this room. Look, shoe. Examine men's boots. Thanks to your loop, you can see the ER written on the inside, number 12. So Mr. Richards is 12. Another pair of boots with a J that are also size 12. Jack's boots. Aha, the shoe prints I found on the jetty aren't Evan's. Doesn't appear he walked away from the jetty. Scuff marks I found on the jetty leading away from the jetty were made by rubber-soled shoes. These rubber-soled men's boots belong to Mr. Richards. He's a practical man. I recall he was wearing a similar pair of brown boots the last time I saw him. Everyone is surprisingly calm considering the circumstances. Yeah, they're really taking this in stride. I don't know if this is meant to be like, oh, well, you know, back in ye old times, people just died. It was just a thing that happened. You had to be more chill about this. No, I feel like they're taking this a little too in stride. Uh-oh. I think Evan was forcibly dragged away. Need to examine the scuffs about the smokehouse more closely. Can I place anyone else at the jetty? Alright, need to examine more shoe sizes. Look, women's boots. Women's boots are quite petite with a small heel. They're made of black leather with rubber soles and appear well used and maintained. But do we have... Is there a female character? Well, I guess that would be Margot. Margot's boots. Alright, it said to go examine the smokehouse more. Examine scuff. Scrapes in the grass are deep as if someone was literally digging their heels in to resist an outside force. Scuffs and scrapes are definitely leading away from this part of the forest and down an eastern path. Pretty sure I found scuff marks made by Mr. Richards' rubber-soled shoes on the jetty. These look like they were made by similar actions and by the same person. I don't think it's unreasonable for me to believe that Mr. Richards was dragged from the jetty and through these woods. What about right here? Examine footprint. These came from size 14 and size 8 shoes. I need to examine the scuffs. Oops, don't want to go there. Examine sparkle. Tiny shiny specks are only visible in the moonlight. They're impossible to examine closely. The conveniently placed murder shed. It absolutely looks like a murder shed. So we need to get Albert's shoe size, and we already got Nessa's. Maybe... Salmon footprint. Examine rock. Look rock. Let's see. Where would Albert have some shoes? Look, Albert shoe. No shoes. All right. Talk Albert. Let's just see if we can bother him. What do you want now? Talk Albert. Albert. All right. That's not getting me anywhere. Hmm. Look. Floor. All right. Look. Footprint. All right. No footprints in here. None in there. Albert feels like his is going to be tricky to get. Compare footprint. Size check. That's what I need. Need to figure out who made the shoe prints on the jetty. Whose shoe prints are in the woods to the north of the jetty? There are shoe prints leading to the footprint smokehouse. Who are those? He wears size 12. He definitely didn't make shoe prints. Shoe prints on the jetty came from size 14 feet. Jack's are size 12 feet. I know Jack didn't make these shoe prints, but who did? I know Nessa wears size 8, but I need to rule out all the other guests before I can make a definitive conclusion. Kimmy wears size 6.5. She wasn't involved. What a relief. Corvus wears size 14. He could be involved, but I can't say for certain until I learn everyone else's shoe sizes. Albert could be mixed up in all this, but I'll need to find his shoe size before I can say for certain. Nathan's feet are size 16. I'm relieved he wasn't involved in whatever happened here. Let's see. Ask Jack about Albert. Bit of a temper on that one, eh? Ask Jack about shoe. Me, I wear a size 12 shoes, same as Mr. Richards. Not that we share shoes or anything, just makes it easy to remember. If only Albert would be so cooperative. What am I missing? Open drawer. Open wardrobe. Is it really this easy? Look in wardrobe. Look shoes. Examine shoes. Small number 12. All right, finally. Corvus wears size 14. He was involved in the altercation at the jetty. Nessa's and Corvus's shoe prints were found leading away from the jetty. Not to mention their shoe prints are all around the smokehouse. Wonder who dropped this metal button that I found near the smokehouse. I think I've figured out a few things. Mr. Richards didn't drunkenly wander off into the woods, slip and fall off the jetty into the water, or drown himself. He was dragged into the woods, most likely by Corvus. I think further investigation around the smokehouse is in order. Alright, I really didn't think he was going to let me examine that, because he also wouldn't let me examine his waste bin, so I just assumed he was going to yell at me for everything, but that was really easy, actually. Alright, go to the smokehouse and do some more examining, huh? Alright, you're busy. Alright, further investigation around the smokehouse, it says. Look. Ground. Look, just look. Okay, so if I walk in, does he yell at me again? Okay, so maybe I need to dust button. Okay, so you can't dust the button. Look, forest. Man. Tripping me up. Okay, apparently it's all just about identifying the metal button, which, shocker, I already knew whose it was. But apparently I never properly examined him. And that's why it wasn't triggering. That's the thing. That's why I don't feel bad about peeking at these kinds of games. They are very particular sometimes. Striped vest with metal buttons. Doesn't look quite as natty as he usually does. You might even go so far as to say he looks slightly disheveled. His vest is missing one of its metal buttons. Aha! This button I picked up outside the smokehouse matches the ones on Corvus's vest, so it belongs to Corvus. I need to examine the scuffs by the smokehouse more closely, then maybe that will reveal something. I don't think I did look at the scuffs. I think I only looked at the footprints. My mistake. Oh. According to what I've deduced, Nessa and Corvus attacked Mr. Richards at the jetty and dragged him into the smokehouse. Their shoe prints are all over the jetty and leading to the smokehouse. The scuff marks I found came from rubber-soled shoes of the kind that Mr. Richards wears. No one else at the lodge wears shoes or boots with rubber soles. One of Corvus's vest buttons somehow ended up near the smokehouse, too. Nessa and Corvus were discussing something about a will. But whose? Oh, but I remember overhearing a conversation between them about looking for Evans and Nessa's father's will. Could this have something to do with that? I'm satisfied with my investigation so far. It's time to go inside the smokehouse and share what I've learned with Nathan. Nathan, I have a theory about what happened to Ethan. I'm listening. There are shoe prints all over the jetty leading into the smokehouse. Yes, I saw those, but I have no idea who they could belong to. I do. I did a bit of detective work and learned the shoe sizes of everyone in the lodge. You did? I certainly did. And according to my findings, I've concluded that Nessa and Corvus dragged Mr. Richards off the jetty and into the smokehouse. That makes a lot of sense to me, Nancy, but where is he now? That's what we need to find out. You're absolutely right about that. Please let me take a look in here and see what I can find. You've done very well, Nancy. Maybe you can figure out where Evan is now. So far, I've come up empty-handed. Thanks, Nathan. I'll try not to let you down. If you find anything of significance, let me know as soon as possible. Will do. Oh, one more thing. Yes, Nancy? Nessa seems to be desperately looking for something. I'm not sure what. She's made a mess of the study. There are papers all over. I think it has something to do with a will. I heard them talking about it in the parlor last night. A will? Come to think of it, they were discussing Evan's and Nessa's father's will. That was after dinner yesterday. I need to go talk to Jack about all of this. Meet us in the study when you're finished here. You can tell us all about this Erstat's will and the mineralogical report then. Good luck, Nancy. Good luck to you too. Okay, what have we here? Let's take a look. An array of smoked meat and fish are hanging to dry and cure. A work table with a deeply scratched work surfaces against one wall. You see a big bag of salt, a barrel, and a large pot. I'm about to find out if Vienna sausages mix well with instant ramen. That doesn't sound awful, but it also sounds like it could be. I'm trying to think that feels like a white trash version of something. Is that white trash like spaghetti and meatballs? It's something. It's definitely, I mean, I'm not judging your situation in life, but that sounds like a struggle meal if I've ever heard one. Just throw on a slice of American cheese and you are good to go, my man. You see a big bag of salt, a barrel, and a large pot. The smokehouse is in disarray. Debris covers the table and floor, and there might even be something on the wall. What happened here? Okay, look table. Table is clearly used to prepare the meat before it's preserved. Countless cuts and scratches mark its surface, and it's stained by blood and ash. Colorful shards and debris cover the table. Look debris. You'll let me know. Alright. The jagged fragments of Jordan almonds found in the smokehouse are wickedly sharp. Those candy shells are like glass. I need to be careful with them. I know that Mr. Richards is allergic to nuts. Could it be that these were used against him? Yeah, wicked sharp. This looks bad. Oh, were they using the nuts as a weapon again? I mean, that's somewhat clever. Look salt. Bag of salt's been opened, revealing the coarse rock salt inside. Examine salt. These tiny colorless minerals from the salt sample aren't salt, as they didn't dissolve in water. These insoluble crystals look like little octahedrons. But these are a little too small for me to examine properly with my loupe. I'll need to get them back to the microscope. The rock salt would benefit from a look under your loupe. Taking a little handful wouldn't hurt. There's plenty here. What does it say? Alright, well. Okay, investigate. What do we investigate? Let's examine pot. Large iron pot doesn't benefit from closer examination. Examine barrel. Examine, what is that? Sparkle? Little specks could be salt. Their proximity to the bag of rock salt increases the plausibility of this observation. Look wall. Stone walls, much like the floor, have been blackened. You can just barely make out a symbol low on the wall and under the table. Press symbol. Look symbol. Seems to be some sort of symbol sloppily planted on the wall under the table. Not surprised Nathan missed that. If I was just a bit taller, I wouldn't have seen it myself. Examine symbol. Symbol appears to be a circle within a circle. The smaller circle is copiously filled in with the red substance. Uh-oh. I wonder what the symbol is painted with. It's definitely not paint. Smoke rocks, lick substance, sticky, drippy red, and a bit chunky. Ew. All right, well, that's ominous. Lick symbol. Seriously questioning your own judgment. You crane your neck. Oh my god. You crane your neck towards the wall and stick out your tongue. You gingerly touch your tip of the tongue to the smokehouse wall. Oh, it tastes like raspberry jam. Oh, I can't believe that worked. I'm still reeling. That's great. Why was strawberry jam there? I guess that's one way to find out. Look yellow. What? Look floor. See tiny glittery specks. You can barely make out some yellow fibers. That's what I need. Do I also see some crumbs? Look, crumbs. She ate and left no crumbs. Wonder what these crumbs came from. Take almonds. You remove some fragments, taking great care not to pierce your skin. Are Jordan almonds that sharp? I don't think they should be making snacks that can cut you up that badly. Take fiber. You decide the frayed rope fibers aren't worth taking. Salmon fiber. The fibers have come from a woven hempen rope, probably due to friction. Could it be that Mr. Richards was tied up here in the smokehouse? Uh-oh. Alright, is there anything left to examine in here? Okay, so it tastes like if you put Vienna sausages in instant ramen. Alright. You know, to be honest, I'm surprised. But in a much more real way, I'm not surprised at all. Take meat. The temptation to take the meat and snack on it constantly is very strong. You overcome it. I most certainly do not. Give me that meat. When I leave, there's no telling who could come here and tamper with the scene inside. I don't think I'm quite done. Need a way to tie Nessa or Corvus to the scene. Finding fingerprints would be great, but there aren't many smooth surfaces in here. Dust. Almond. Dust. And amazingly, you're able to cover a partial fingerprint from one of the larger pieces. Take print. Take fingerprint. Take almond. Already taken some of the fragments. Examine fingerprint. There's nothing transformative about this experience. Fingerprints. Yeah, that... Okay. All right, I'll show you in just a second. Inspecting the Jordan almond fragments through your loop, you can see conchoidal fractures in the candy shell that remind you of the sharpest obsidian. After comparing the partial fingerprint you obtained from the Jordan almond pieces, you conclude Nessa is the one who crushed these Jordan almonds in the smokehouse. Okay, so you can see that I'm not making this up. That was literally what I had already named my last save on the last run, because that's when we started taking fingerprints. All right. Let's see. Funny name. Going nuts. Going nuts. Sometimes it's fun to share brain cell. It's more fun when you don't have the brain cell, when you're lending it to someone else, because then you're not responsible for it. What can I do with that symbol though? Salmon symbol again. Circle within a circle symbol. The red color looks a bit gory until you know that's just raspberry jam. Okay. The game let me leave, so I think that I'm done in there. Alright, now what do I do? Talk Ranger. Here's my chance to tell an officer of the law about what happened to Margot. Good evening, Ranger Murdoch. How are you settling in? Oh, hello, Miss Maple. I'm settling in well. I had no idea there were so many folks at the lodge tonight. Ask Ranger about investigation. Ranger Murdoch, I'd like to discuss my investigation with you. Fingerprints, Jordan's nuts. I would rather not. Okay, investigation. Found some powdery residue in the bottom of her drinking glass. Earlier this evening, I saw Nessa bring Margot a jug of water in a glass. It would have been the perfect opportunity for Nessa to poison her. And he just says nothing. I don't get why he just stands there and says nothing. Alright, is she still... Oh, okay, they're talking. Listen. That hussy! That harlot! That strumpet! Where could she have hidden my brooch? I've looked everywhere. Nessa, we can't be hanging around much longer. I finished writing the new will. You've gotten Albert's report. We're finished here. I know that, and I don't need reminding. Oh, her hair's all messed up. Once we're finished searching here, we'll get back to Evan, make him sign. Shh! Who knows who's listening? The walls have ears. Yes. Nessa and Corvus are still rummaging about in the walk-in closet, but the conversation appears to be over. Corvus wrote a new will? I should see about that. Bet he's got it stored in that satchel of his. Alright. Time to go get that. Close door. Lock door. Nope, no lockable door. Open satchel. Key to the satchel has to be around here somewhere. Look in trash. You gingerly sift through the contents of Corvus's waste paper basket. You don't find the key. Didn't find it on my first try, but I'm just getting started. Look under pillow. You methodically search in the bed, under the bed, and even under the pillow for the key. Suppose under his pillow would have been obvious and not particularly secure. Look in shoe. Peer into the shiny, well-maintained shoes. You carefully examine the insides of his shoes. They don't contain anything. Where's the satchel key? There are only so many places it could be. Look in drawer. You find moth-eaten socks, loose buttons, single shoelaces, and other assorted bric-a-brac. You don't find a key. Alright. Close drawers. If I were a key, where would I be? Look, painting. Cat reminds me of the sweetest stray I've ever met. Look, pencil. The key is on Orion's belt. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, like, what if it was somehow embedded into the picture on the wall of the cat? Look in chair. Look under the chair and between the cushions. I'm satisfied with my search for the key to the satchel. I don't think it's here. He's got to be carrying it. Now the question is, how do I get it? Okay. Open door. Is he still in here? Here's Corvus. Now how do I get the satchel key from him? He must have it in one of his pockets. Talk, man. Mr. Shaw, not right now, Miss Maple. Can't you see we're busy? Fingerprints, Corvus. Don't you dare touch the thing. She's like, only I'm allowed to finger him. I'm looking for my ruby brooch, the one Margot stole. Oh, well, I can help you look for it. All right. Pickpocket. I don't know what it wants me to do here. Wear hat. You don't need to wear your hat. Well, I want to wear my hat. Grab pocket. How to get the satchel key from him? He must have it in one of his pockets. Do I have something in my inventory for that? Tell Nessa you found brooch. I don't think she'll let me even talk to her, but Nessa about brooch. My ruby brooch, have you seen it? I'm looking for it now. I'm sure Margot stole it. Now that she's dead and Evan's wandered off and Jack's busy getting the Rangers settled, I can finally look for it without hindrance. Okay, ask Corvus about brooch. Miss Crab is a fine woman. It only stands to reason she should own fine jewelry. Okay. I mean, none of those things are true, but go off. Ask Corvus about button. Does this metal button belong to you, Corvus? Oh, indeed. It must have fallen off when I was out for a stroll. Alright. Ask Corvus about satchel. What I know about that would probably go over your head. What is it? What a condescending thing to say. Take key. Like both the dexterity and temerity to perform that action. How can I get the key without theft? I don't know. A veritable satchelologist. If one were to exist, it would be her. Let's see. How do I... I'm just looking for a hint. Okay. I would not have figured this out. Yep, you're right. You guessed right. You have to trade the meth for the key. But this is a PG stream, so we're going to go with the secondary method. All right, so we need to find a way to get him out of those clothes, if you know what I'm saying. Mug with water. Close, if by close you mean the exact opposite. We need water, not fire. Only because the fire would melt the key, which is really our only objective for doing this. Spill water on Corvus. Whoops! What have you done? You clumsy girl, you soaked me through. Well, oh, sorry. I mean, it's not even our first date. You shouldn't be so, quick to excite. I'm so sorry, Mr. Shaw. I'm such a lummox. Fortunately, I've packed a second set of clothes and it looks much the same as this. Hurry up and change then. You need to help me find my brooch before... Well, anyway, get back here quick. Right. Excuse me, ladies. Corvus exits the room to change his clothes. Not knowing what to do, you stand awkwardly and wait for him to return. All the while, Nessa continues to go through Margot's things. Soon enough, Corvus returns, clad in identical vest and trousers. There, you see? It's like it didn't even happen. But do keep away from me, Miss Maple. I don't have another fresh set of clothes. Of course, and again, I'm very sorry. Just stay out of our way, won't you? Will do. Dude sucks. Both of them suck. They're both awful. Okay, so then he should have taken his wet clothes in here. Examine clothes. Examine Corvus. Corvus clothes. They're finely tailored and kept immaculately clean. The vest and trousers are decidedly damp. You feel a twinge of guilt. Oh, one of the metal buttons on the vest is missing. The guilt is somewhat assuaged by the gratification you feel finding the key to Corvus's satchel in his left vest pocket. Closed door. I don't need a witness for the theft. Unlock satchel. Can't unlock the... Yes, I do. Oh, wait, did I not? Do I have to actually take key? Okay, well, now I do have the key. Now, you can't tell me that I can't unlock it. Lock the satchel. Open satchel. What secrets do you hold? Aside from pens and a few personal items, there are 2 documents that draw your eye. There's a mineralogical report in here, signed by Albert. There's also a will in here. Uh-oh. Take report. Take will. I'll just shift some papers around to make it look less obvious that anything was taken. You're telling me these documents drew an eye? Close satchel. Lock satchel. Put back key. And it's like it never happened. All right. So we have the report from Albert for, I guess he was working with them the whole time. Maybe that's the secret. And we're supposed to meet in the study, I think. Yeah, there they are. Let's talk to Jack first. You breathlessly tell Nathan and Jack your theory about what happened in the smokehouse, ending with your belief that Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines. Wait, why do we think that he was taken to the garnet mines? You think Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines? Those have been sealed shut for decades, which makes them a perfect place to hide someone. Uh-oh. We should drive out there and check, just in case. I agree. I'll take some time to prep the automobile. To the carriage house. I'll meet you there. I'm gonna fetch Ranger Murdoch. Stay put here in the lodge, Nancy, in case Mr. Richards comes back. This is man's work. We don't need you girling it up. Well, I'm certainly not just going to wait around here. I'll convince Jack and Nathan to take me with them. They need all the help they can get. But before I head out, should I check in with the other folks in the lodge? Yeah, let's do. Just, kindly look around with everybody. Nobody there. Or there. Or there. Or there. Or there. Or there. Nope. Nada. Kindly Dark Souls exhaust all dialogue. I mean, I'm the type to exhaust it anyway. Jack has set up the spare room as a makeshift bedroom for Ranger Murdoch. Let's see. Look. Okay, so nothing suspicious in here so far. Examine couch. Examine bed. Alright, so yeah, nothing really triggering in here. Oh. The big blue trunk's lid is up and the padlock is hanging open. I wonder what was stored in there. Look in chest. Here in the blue trunk, there are some old threadbare linens lining the interior and obscuring the trunk's bottom. But by methodically feeling around inside, you discover a bullet and a blasting cap. My father was in construction. I know a blasting cap when I see one, but why would Albert put these in here? Jack let Albert store his things in this trunk. He wanted to lock this all away. Same as how he demanded to stay in Jack's room, the only bedroom with a lock. Seems like Albert was concerned about keeping his secrets. And he's armed? Uh-oh. Take bullet. Take blasting cap. Don't know when you'll ever need a bullet or a blasting cap, you know? Yeah, take a closer look at Albert's room, as a matter of fact. What's happened here? Albert's room is a mess. Clothes are hanging haphazardly in the wardrobe. The waste paper basket is stuffed full of papers. And all of his luggage is gone. Okay. Look in wardrobe. Still has some clothes sloppily draped on some hangers. If this is the definition of mess, I don't want her to see my place ever. No, seriously, anything that I can look at and eye shut that is not the screen of the computer that I'm streaming on at this very moment is worse than what this entire room looks like. And I don't say that with a sense of pride, but with a deep, deep sense of shame. Look in drawer. There isn't anything in the drawer besides large white dress shirts. Okay. Look in trash. Can see some crumpled papers in the waste paper basket. They don't appear to have anything written on them. There's a strip of telegraph tape lying just outside the waste paper basket on the carpeted floor. Take telegraph. Pick up the telegraph paper. Read telegraph. Reads as follows. Carl L. Proceed to Sue Lockswood package. Deliver package by 3 a.m. Await further instructions. Well done in crimson. Well done in crimson? What does that mean? Who on earth is Carl L? Oh, great. We're this late in the game and already getting new things introduced. Look under bed. It does look like something's under there. Cylinder wrapped in red paper is partially concealed under the bed. Alright, take cylinder. Red cylinder from his bed. Uh-oh. I think this is a stick of dynamite. Yup, it's a stick of dynamite. Looking at it makes you sweat. Carl L is Superman. Yeah, Carl. I get it. Alright, I'll give you that one. Dynamite is not a standard piece of mineralogical equipment. Albert stored blasting caps in the blue trunk and dynamite in his luggage, it seems. Starting to think he's not a mineralogist at all. Oh, you think? Did you just piece that one together, Brainiac? I think I'm getting the picture here. Albert isn't who he says he is. I believe he's headed to the Sioux logs to sabotage them with explosives.
I need water! Help me! I need water!
Drink. Blech. Dynamite is not a standard piece of mineralogical equipment. What are you, some kind of mineralogist? I found a bullet and blasting caps in the blue trunk. Albert is probably armed and is fairly well acquainted with how to use explosives, seeing as he knew to store his dynamite and blasting caps separately. This doesn't bode well. And I think he tossed my luggage out of the train to eliminate my field kit so I couldn't interfere with his sham field work. I need to head to the carriage house and tell Jack, Nathan, and Ranger Murdoch. Yeah, I don't think that they're necessarily better. Is Kimmy still here, or is she being shady? Oh, she's already asleep. What if they're all the bad guy and you're the only one not in on it? It's starting to almost feel that way. Look, Kimmy. She's settled into a deep sleep. You hope she rests well. Slap Kimmy. Man, this game just won't let me have fun. Alright, well, we checked on everybody.
I need water!
Oh
Help
shit,
me.
that scared me. Place Kimmy's hand in a bowl of warm water. So he got me. How's it going? Hi. We're solving mysteries. We've basically figured it all out, except not. Yeah. That was a drink of a clear, refreshing liquid. I can't say it was water, but it did hit the spot. Oh. What's this? The double doors have been thrown wide open. You can see Ranger Murdoch and Jack inside the carriage house. They look nonplussed. Jack, what's going on? Jelly, I'm about to hit the sack, but wanted to lurky lurk. I appreciate you coming by and lurky lurking. Always happy to have a lurker. And yeah, I finally got to lurk in one of your streams the other day, so that was cool. It's genie lamp fluid. I mean, in a way, yes, it is what I run off of. So, yeah, I like your interpretation. It's genie lamp fluid. Giggity? No giggity. No giggity, no doubt. Nope. Am I the only one who gets the reference I'm making? Maybe. It's kind of an old one. Jack, what's going on? The automobile's gone, Nancy. I can see that. Someone must have picked the lock on the driver's side door and made off with it. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You hear a rumbling. Is that Thunder? Nope, that's Nathan. He went and got his automobile. Tell me what you know on the way. Time's a-wasting. Let's go. Right. It's gonna be a bit of a tight squeeze and a bumpy ride. It's actually Evan's father's old car. I've managed to keep it running decently well, though the shocks are pretty stiff. Decently well? It'll be fine, Nancy. Just hang on tight. Oh, this tense music. You all pile into Nathan's automobile and head for the mine. Mr. Cardinal, I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances. I understand your reluctance to be involved with the authorities. It's entirely justified. Evan's in danger. I will help my friend. We can figure out the rest later. I will safeguard you from any consequences of going off reservation. I promise. Let's deal with that later. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You do? What makes you think so, Nancy? Albert's luggage is gone and his room's a mess. It looks like he left in a hurry. Albert had so much luggage and Jack said it was very heavy. It sure was. There's no way he could have handled all that luggage himself unless he took the automobile. I think he's driving it to the Sioux Locks to destroy it. Kimmy had a map with the Sioux Locks circled. I think that had something to do with Albert leaving so suddenly. He must have thought she was onto his sabotage plan, but Kimmy told me she was just interested in seeing the Sioux Locks as a tourist. He's not a Belgian mineralogist at all. He's a German spy. Wait, where'd you get German from? And his name might actually be Carl L. Oh, so he's Carl L. Carl L. Where did you hear that name? I found this telegraph tape and stick of dynamite in Carl's room. And I found a bullet and a blasting cap in the blue trunk where he was storing some of his things. I think Carl is highly knowledgeable about explosives, armed and dangerous. Fantastic detective work, Nancy. I need to notify the appropriate authorities and follow up on his imminent threat. A likely story, lady. What if you're Carlisle and they're framing Albert? I mean, it's the perfect crime. Oh, also, I think Albert's got a gun. He's been storing bullets in the blue trunk, and he's knowledgeable with explosives. He was storing the blasting caps and dynamite separately. I think you're dealing with a professional saboteur, one that's armed and dangerous. Got it. I keep all of that in mind when we confront him, Nancy. Thank you. Please be careful. I will. I'll tell you how it goes when we meet again. Mr. Cardinal, could you please drop me off at the train station? I can send an urgent telegram for reinforcements. We'll have rangers at the Sioux Locks as soon as possible. Ugh, burp. Of course, but first to the Garnet Mines. They're closer. Good idea. Telegrams travel faster than any automobile. Albert will take some hours to arrive at his destination. Nathan stops his automobile as close to the Garnet Mine as he dares. The ground is rugged, and any roads leading to and from the area have fallen into disrepair many years ago. A bit of stealth is imperative as well. It wouldn't do for Nessa and Corvus to be alerted to your presence. The consequences for Evan could be dire. You and Jack watch Nathan turn the automobile around to head for the distant train station. It's all up to you now. Excellent job. Kudos on your thorough investigative technique. The mine entrance has been blasted shut. This can't be where Nessa and Corvus took Evan. Oh no, my theory's wrong. Nancy, wait a minute. This is the closest entrance to the mine. They were on foot. Not to mention, this is fresh rubble. Most likely they did use this entrance, but the entrance collapsed after them. Abandoned mines are dangerous places. We have to be careful. Off topic, what are my thoughts on Switch 2? I have never seen such a strong opening for a new console that was self-sabotaged by greedy practices by the company that it's tied to. I really am interested in Mario Kart. I'm extremely excited about Donkey Kong getting a new game. And yeah, I mean, there's just a number of things coming to the Switch 2 already that I'm just like, yeah, I think I'm going to have to get this one even after I told myself that I was going to be fine with skipping the Switch 2 because I got a Switch and then didn't really play it all that much. But even if I can justify putting the money down for Switch 2, and even if I can justify getting one or two games, if all the games going forward are going to be $80. Each game, guaranteed $80, and that's if you don't want to get a physical copy, which I always do because I like to actually own my games, not own a license to play a game. Then that's a lot of financial commitment for something that I don't even know how much time I'll get to actually sit down and enjoy. So I'm in a real weird place with it where part of me wants to say just don't even worry about it and get it, but another part of me is like, but that's a bad financial decision. And also when you buy in, you encourage these practices, and you know, who wants to keep signaling to everyone like, yeah, no, it's totally okay, you can keep taking me for a ride here, I'll pay you an extra $20 every game. Because, you know, I have no standards. I'll put up with whatever you want to throw at me. And especially with all the inflation and stuff going on right now, it feels like a low blow. But I mean, I also know that Japan's economy is not doing good right now, so maybe they actually really need the money, but it also is Nintendo. And I would think if there's any company, just any one company that the public knows about in Japan that's doing well, it's probably Nintendo. So I don't really know if I get to have sympathy for them or not. I'm concerned about Donkey Kong game because it looks like Odyssey with DK. Okay, let me pose this to you. When is more Mario Odyssey a bad thing? Just genuinely, like, why is that a bad sell on something? Odyssey was a great game. They're capturing the Grandma Christmas market, true, but I mean, it's Nintendo. They already had it. Nintendo probably has more money than Japan. Nintendo is keeping Japan afloat. I was mid on Mario Odyssey. I mean, I'm trying to think about where I'd place it in like the mainline Mario games. I thought Odyssey was really good. I love what the hat brings to the game, not even just like the controlling enemies gimmick, but just the platforming, that being able to create a platform using the hat, the movement dynamics that you get in that game are very satisfying. I can't do any of those big movement techs, but it's really satisfying watching people who know what they're doing play that game. My favorite parts of the game were when they took my hat away. Why? Because then it was just a standard Mario game at that point. Alright. Abandoned mines are dangerous places. We have to be careful. Oh, Chapter 6, Confrontations. I have a feeling this is the last chapter, but what do I know? How are we going to get in? Don't know, but I'm going to grab that shovel and start digging. Yeah, I don't know that that's going to be good enough, man. Jack starts digging at the rubble at the mine entrance. I've got to help Jack with this. Alright. Time to save the game. No. You set us up the bomb. Alright. Look. Abandoned garnet mine looks stark and desolate in the moonlight. Debris and forgotten equipment litter the area. There's rubble completely obstructing the entrance. Rubble does look fresh. Could be that Nessa and Corvus did enter the mine from here. You are on the way to destruction. Jack is here. Talk Jack. Trying to dig out this rubble and not break this old shovel in two while I do it. If you can figure out a better way, I'm all ears. Otherwise, come help me dig. Wait. Look ground. You see an old discarded plunger detonator amongst the debris. There's a reel of wire near some bushes. Take wire. Wonder if I can figure out a faster way to clear this rubble. Disclaimer, this is great. The developer in this game assumes no responsibility or liability for any errors or omissions in any processes depicted, particularly dangerous ones involving explosives. Do not attempt anything in this game in real life. Now, that is how you know that they are really sticking with the classic text-based adventure formula. If they have the built-in warning about, hey, we gave you a puzzle here, don't ever do this, and you're not allowed to sue us, and don't use this as directions. Do not attempt looking at rooms in real life. We are not subject to any legal liability if you look at a room in the wrong way. Now I have a plunger, detonator, wire, blasting cap, and a stick of dynamite. Wondered I could rig this up to blast the mine entrance open. Ask Jack about dynamite. Dynamite can seem pretty scary, but unless you're extremely incautious, it's unlikely it would explode on its own. Blasting caps are needed to set off dynamite. Have to stick them right in the end. Not to mention, a charge from a plunger detonator needs to be sent to the cap through a detonating cord. That being said, I wouldn't be all that comfortable walking around with a stick of dynamite in my pocket. Ha! Right. Who would do something like that? Put dynamite... I can't spell. Dynamite in rubble. Okay, I have to rig it first. Nancy, is that a stick of dynamite in your pocket, or are you happy to see me? Both. I'm about to explode. Ugh. Okay, let's see. We need to put wire in plunger. Need to cut the wire from the reel before you can insert it into the plunger. Cut wire. Need to insert the blasting cap into the dynamite. Alright. Insert blasting cap into dynamite. Carefully insert it in there. And then cut wire. Need to insert the wire into the blasting cap. Alright. Insert wire into blasting cap. Stick the wire on the end into the blasting cap. Put wire in plunger. Okay, cut wire. All set. I need to cut the wire from the reel and insert the cut in into the plunger detonator. You don't have wire cutters right now and you don't see any. I wonder where I can get a pair of wire cutters. I'm so close. That is a good question. Where can you get those? Ask Jack about cutter. Do you happen to have any wire cutters, Jack? I do, actually. Perfect. May I borrow those? Sure thing. Here you go, Nancy. Wire cutters. And it's just that easy. Oop. He's like, hey, by the way, why did you need those? And he turns back around and I'm rigging up a stick of dynamite. Cut wire. Snip the wire from the reel. Insert wire into plunger. Hey! Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, everybody? How's it going, River? You're Exhaust? I am Django. Nice to meet you, Exhaust. Yeah, we are about to... Hey, Bad Warlock, thank you so much for the follow. Gonna lurk? Hey, I appreciate the lurk, thank you. We are about to blow up a cave entrance towards the end of this game, so if you want to catch up on the story, you can kind of just piece it as you're going along here, but basically, somebody's kidnapped somebody else to do something because diamonds. Alright, and... you insert the wire plunger into the detonator. Explosive rig. Time to set it off. All right. Jack, you may want to move out of the way for this one, buddy. You put dynamite in rubble. Jack, I'm ready to set the explosive charge. Diamond is unbreakable. Well, I sure hope so, because we're about to explode it with some dynamite. Got it, Nancy. Give me a second. All right, Nancy, are you gonna get back to a safer spot there? Okay. I mean, you carefully place the rig dynamite close to the rubble. Okay, we're all set. Now maybe run far away. Take plunger. Where would you like to take the plunger? Move plunger behind rock. I wonder if the game would have let me just do that right there. That would have been kind of funny. You know, in an explosive kind of way. Taking the plunger and placed it out of harm's way. Fortunately, the wire is long enough. Push plunger. And here we go. Here goes nothing. That was a bit anticlimactic. Well, it was only one stick of dynamite after all. Yeah, one stick can only do so much. Wait, was it all that and did it not do anything? What? Look. Stark and desolate debris. I managed to create a Nancy-sized hole in the rubble. Okay, great. I think I can squeeze through. Oh boy. I get to squeeze through rubble in a mine. That's what I want to do. There's nothing dangerous about that. Go in hole. I can fit through this opening. Nancy, this is really dangerous. Let's widen this hole some more so I can go too. Evan's in danger. There's no time to lose. You keep working on the rubble and follow when you can. Okay, Nancy, you're the boss. You be careful, you hear? I will, promise. There she goes. Wait, before you go, it's going to be dark as night in there. Darker even. Take this lantern. Yeah, no, I mean, this doesn't even seem brave. This feels reckless. Lights the lantern and hands it to you. Got another one, don't you worry. Heh, you're not the only one with big pockets. Good luck, kiddo. Thanks, Jack. This is not the time to be Miss Sunshine about this. You squeeze through the small hole in the rubble and enter the mine. Accidentally presses plunger again. Yeah, with what dynamite? Oh, wow. Seeing the lantern's light reflected brilliantly on the thousands of red crystals embedded in the walls, you're suddenly reminded of why you traveled to the Crimson in the first place. If the situation wasn't so dire, you'd be dazzled by this cave of natural wonders. Instead, the red gleams look like blood is beating on every surface, just waiting to fall. You shiver. Toronto feels like it's 1,000,000 kilometers and 1,000,000 years away. You Canadians. You can't help it, but I really wish you would help it. Oh dear, it's so dark in here. I need to figure out which way Nessa and Corvus have taken Mr. Richards, if indeed they came this way at all. Let's see. Yeah. It's getting dark in here, so take off all your clothes. And 1,000,000 bags of milk away. Ooh, okay, this is pretty cool. What can we see? The Garnet Mine's interior is much cooler than the outside. The air feels stale and still. You're grateful for the lantern's light, though the warm glow quickly gets swallowed by the darkness. The hole you created to enter the mine seems to float in the air like a portal to another world. You can see a good deal of the mining machinery that was left behind years ago, as well as a discarded shovel. I think this machine is some sort of crusher. You notice a particularly large red crystal embedded in a nearby boulder. Ooh, gorgeous. Take crystal. Okay. Gonna make me walk over here to it. Take crystal. Okay, we got the crystal. Don't know what need we have for that, but we got it. Yeah, redstone. Oh, it's just like the Minecraft movie. Chicken jockey. Oh my god. Hello, thank you for the raid. How's it going, big old cakes? Now that you're inside the mine, there's no need for the shovel. Alright, great. Well, you'd think you would need a shovel in a mine, but I guess I'm wrong. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, everybody? I am Django the Dunes, your local genie and menace, and we are keeping it old school with an adventure game tonight. Except it's not actually that old because, let's be real, this game came out last year. It's just pretending to be old, but it does a pretty good job of it. Too bad, I could have used this when helping Jack clear the rubble outside. Yeah, you could have, huh? Just, you're useless, Nancy. Oh! You slip and fall into the distant, dark, jagged depths of the mine. Okay, so, that one's on me. I'll accept that. That's on me. Alright, let's try that again. Good thing I saved very, very recently. Hey, Kitty No Face, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you are having a wonderful No Face night. Okay, we can take the jewel. There's not really a point to the shovel, though. Take crystal. Hey, Crashed Reborn, thank you so much for the follow. You chip a particularly lovely crystal sample out of the rock. Gotta mine that redstone. Okay, so that path down is death. And we have 2 doors to go through. I'm gonna go to the right. I bet... Oh. Okay. Cool. Don't give in to the pressure. Before moving on, find your way. Okay, great. Well, it's been so difficult to die in this game. And now just right here at the end, they're like, let's just put in a bunch of funny ways to die. And honestly, I respect that so much. If I designed a game, I'd be like, yeah, you're safe, you're safe. You really have to, like, try to die. And then just get to the end and it's like, oh, you thought you couldn't die in this game? Like, very easily for no good reason whatsoever? Oh, no, you can. You will. Take crystal. Okay, we will immediately save because I don't want to keep having to mine the same damn crystal. Will this one kill me? Okay, they both kill me. So, I need to go this way, maybe? Okay, so both of those were booby traps. Got it. Where am I going? Uh-oh. You aimlessly wander in the mine until the lantern goes out. Oh, great. Wandering aimlessly seldom ends well. Have a game plan first, or some step-by-step directions. Alright, well. Okay, I think maybe then I have a map that I picked up. Look, Kimmy, map. Map is slightly charred. Do I not have a game plan here? What are even some of these? Blasting cabs. Got some truly spectacular. There's some amazing red and colorless crystal formations. Stunning. Is that really the prerogative right now? While the mine interior sample is pocked with many lovely crystals, the most prominent one is large and red. Healthy sized garnet, most likely. Think it's even gem quality. It's a real pity this mine produced industrial abrasives only. It's too pretty to pulverize. Alright, I have a ton of items and I don't know that any of them are going to help me here. We know that down equals death. We know that this way equals death. Let's see about this way. That's more death. Okay. Alright, so all the death in the game is isolated to this one screen. Take bucket. Okay. Can't take the bucket. Turn on crusher. Look crusher. Get a good look at the machinery. It's covered in a thick layer of dust and clearly hasn't been used or even touched in years. No, really, what does the game want me to... I mean, that looks like all the exits that I... I mean... I don't know what the game wants. Am I supposed to maybe leave trail of wire? No. Look. You're now into the mine, getting a sense in size of the room. You feel a slight draft coming from the east. Corvus, Nessa, and Mr. Richards may have gone this way, but I can't say for sure, and I really shouldn't go wandering off until I have some indication of which way I should go. Alright. So then, how do I know which way to go? Is that something shiny right there, or is that normal shiny? Oh, yeah, footprints. You're right. I didn't even see that. Oh, wait, now, are these footprints? I think that might just be... Here, I'll look ground. Floor of the mine is covered in countless shoe print impressions that are leading in multiple directions, preserved in a thick layer of dust. Most of these must have been made decades ago by the miners who used to work here. It's an odd feeling to see these shoe prints, almost like looking back into the past. Look... fresh footprints? Okay, can't use fresh in this game. Look footprints. Many types of shoe prints cover the floor of the garnet mine, leading in all directions. Wonder if Nessa and Corvus came this way with Mr. Richards. Look scuff. Yeah, look fresh prints. Oh, man. I'm stuck on the screen. Talk, Jack. Jack's not here to talk to. Well, he could talk to me through the hole. Let's look at the inventory again. None of this is helpful. Wait, maybe the lamp? Spill water worked last time? I don't think I have any water left to spill is the problem. Lantern is lit. Lantern doesn't benefit from closer examination. Wire still in pretty good condition. It should work. Spool of wire, only the wire is shorter than before. Certainly put it to good use. What about look in bucket? Look inside the metal bucket. It's 1/3 full of coarsely ground garnet, smaller than gravel but larger than sand. When industrial abrasives are sold, they're ground finer than this. This is the first stage of grinding. An impact crusher would be used to grind these coarse garnets even finer than this. Well, that's an amazing history lesson, Nancy, but it doesn't help us get out of this room. What are you doing? Why did you come in here if you had no plan? Call for Evan. Okay. Pull out Crystal. Get garnets, yeah. Get garnets. You don't see that. What do you mean you don't see that right now? Are you blind? They're everywhere. This woman, I swear. How's it going, dogs on internet? Are you multiple dogs or just one singular dog? Get ye flask. But you can't use ye in this game. Telling you, so restrictive. Wait, that kind of looks like maybe a bigger one I can get. Get crystal. I've already obtained a really stunning crystal from inside the mine. We are Borg. You are Bork. Bork. So if I go up here, I die. If I go up here, I die. If I go down here or down here, I die. And don't forget, if I go this way, which I think the game actually wants me to go to, I die. Hey, Gummy Dino, how's it going? I like your little dino dance emoji. Okay, I am getting a little sick of this because I am genuinely stumped. Let me see. Just a clue. Just a little clue. Okay. Alright, now inside the mine. How do I proceed? Okay, so it's Clues Day, isn't it? It's such a cute. How are you? I like your VTuber. Thank you. I am doing well. I, you know, just when you're a genie, every day is magical, right? Ah, cakes. Thank you. Your VTuber's good too. We're all good VTubers here. Even those who aren't VTubers, you're good honorary VTubers. All right. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? Am I a JoJo? I mean, I'm a Django. That's similar. Examine door. Okay, examine ground. The floor of the garnet mine is covered in dust and rock particles. That, plus the lack of wind and weather, has kept dozens of sets of shoe prints looking as fresh as the day they were made. Shoe prints still look very clear but are covered in dust like everything else. Most of the shoe prints. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Gummy. Has he seen JoJo Season 3? Do you know I am one of probably like 20 people who knew and liked JoJo before it ever got an anime? And do you know what I specifically loved about JoJo? It was part 3 because Jotaro is cool and so are Stans. Nothing against Hamon. Hamon's cool. Hamon's great, I guess. But Stans are just so much cooler. I was that guy who was saying back when no one knew what that meant. It's like, okay, well, what is that a reference to? And I'm like, only the coolest thing that you don't know about. And then I got the anime, and then everybody started doing it, and I'm like, posers, you fucking posers, you just wish. you were as cool as me and just already knew what it was. You're late. You're no. I don't judge like that. I mean, maybe a little low key. Little bit, but not in like a real way. I think it's cool that JoJo has really taken off in popularity and become like this huge name, because it slaps too hard for it to not be more appreciated, you know? Alright, examine path. Okay, shoe prints, most of the shoe print. Okay, maybe I need to examine the shoe prints. Aha! Here are some pointy-toed size 14 men's dress shoe prints. What, bitch? Why do you just know that? I don't know that from just looking at a footprint. Why do you just know that? That is not normal knowledge to just have. And impressions made by a size 8 woman shoe. Okay, you're getting a little autistic about this, which is fine. I'm just concerned. And size 12 men's. Dude, calm down. Calm down. I get that feet are your special interest, but this is not the way to broadcast it. She's got a foot thing. She's clearly got a foot thing. I recognize this tread pattern from Mr. Richard's other boots. The 3 sets of shoe prints are the freshest after all. Now I need to track these shoe prints and discover where they went next. The freshest shoe prints head east deeper into the mine. Nothing but dusty miners' shoe prints down the southern path. Should have been a footerologist. I was about to tell me you have a foot fetish without telling me you have a foot fetish. I mean, seriously, just, you know, make it obvious to everybody. Gee, I'm glad I was able to track Nessa and Corvus down this path, because I tried to just walk down it earlier without doing that, and she's like, oh no, I'm scared. I got lost. And then the game said, yeah, you just wandered off in the caves and your lantern went out and you died from being a dumbass. I'm like, wow. Gee, great game. Feet? Where? I hope I can find Mr. Richards before it's too late. What was that? That is probably the cave entrance about to get caved in. Despite the terrifying rumbles and shudders surrounding you, you forge onwards. Oh, well. We're in a promising area already. Just as you reach this firelit cavern, your lantern goes out. Oh, well, no turning around. Nancy in the TOS violation. Oh no, the lantern's out of oil. There's no turning back now. Sign your will, Evan. Oof. Sign my fake will, you mean? If you're so smart, why didn't you just forge Pa's will? Then you wouldn't have to have come up with this dumb scheme. If you were so smart, you'd know that Pa's lawyer is still alive. He'd pipe up pretty quick if an actual will from his client came out of nowhere. But this is a perfectly suitable backup plan. It's much easier to forge your will. If you do as you're told, I'll let you die quickly. I'm gonna save up for the 10K for a wish. Psh. You know what? Actually, I shouldn't even. Psh, I bet you will. And you might just get it too. Otherwise, you'll starve to death in the dark. And we'll forge your signature anyway. Nancy's onto you. You won't get away with this. We'll see about that. It'll be her word against ours. Yeah, because you've got such a good reputation. Stop right there, Nessa. I have a bullet I can throw it really fast at you. Yeah, I just imagine her holding it between her fingers in one hand and like flicking the back of it with her other finger. Yeah. Pew! I have to rescue Mr. Richards. My first order of business is to distract Corvus. I kind of want to see it. I'm going to save before I do anything because I don't want to restart all that, but let's see. Let's see. Okay, good save name. What do we got? All right, so it's like this final. It even says right here, quick saved. Final confrontation. What do we got? Yeah, sure. Feet pics. Yeah, sure. Okay, I want to see if this actually works. Throw bullet into fire. You start to make a move, but the shadows aren't enough to conceal your actions. What was that? Nancy? Oh. Get her. Corvus ties you up. I'm guessing this is the end of the game. We have to get out of here. Maybe Nancy was followed. Yes, we do. Hungry, brother dearest? Goodbye, Nessa. Nessa takes a handful of crushed almonds from the table. Oh, so she's gonna poison him with he has the nut allergy. So we're seeing the bad ending here. Ooh, and he's dead. That's a lot of nuts. Nessa, what have you done? Oh, well, you can't do anything to me if I blind you.
Flashbang.
I should have done that a long time ago. Goodbye, Nancy. Corvus takes the lantern and follows Nancy out of the cavern. You're left in darkness listening to Mr. Richards gasp his last breath. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. All you can do is wait in the darkness. It feels like an eternity. And then, footsteps? I'm in here. Help. Nancy, is that you, Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch. Okay, this is the bad end of the game. We're going back and getting the right ending. Nancy, Mr. Richards is dead. Let's get you out of here. I kind of want to I don't even want to see the bad ending. It makes me angry because I was just messing around. Ranger Murdoch takes out a pocket knife and saws the ropes that are binding you. Thanks. Corvus got away and so did Nessa. I'm sorry, I failed. The important thing is you're safe. Come along. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. Goodbye. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill, and there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick, actually. I'm not actually a forest ranger. I'm a member of Northwest Mounted Police. We've been on the trail of a German spy and saboteur who is rumored to be in this area. We believe he's responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson. Albert Respa, Carl L. A man known to us as Carl Leffler. You revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tipped us off to what his next target would be. The Sulaks. Right again. As you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives directed by the German Foreign Office have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railways, bridges, and canals. We strongly suspect that Carl, a man we know as Carl Leffler, is one of those operatives. He's been apprehended at the Sulaks while setting up explosive charges. And thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee, let's go. Well, at least we got that resolution with this bad ending, but we're going to go back and save Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards is dead. Gee. Yeah, that's really all you have to say after all this? Him and his wife are dead. Conclusions. No. We're not going through the bad end. My goodness, what? Oh, I didn't mean to skip cutscene. No, I don't want any of this. I want. Okay, load feet pics. Yeah, I can always go back to feet pics. When life gives you lemons, look at feet pics. That's what they all say, right? Alright, look. We've arrived at an open cavernous area in the mine. Descends down to a natural platform. Appears that the cave-ins that have been rocking the mine have created some deep chasms. An abundance of rocks of various sizes litter the floor. This rockfall looks fresh too, and there's a lot more of it. One doorway to the north is still clear. Doorways to the north and the east are blocked by rocks. This is a very dangerous area. There's a central doorway that leads further back into the mine, as well as a doorway on the right that is completely clogged with rockfall. You see a large boulder even taller than you in the shadows nearby. You also see a table, a fire, and a wheelbarrow. Look. Boulder. Oh, I misspelled it. Look. Boulder. This big boulder would be an ideal hiding spot from which to try distracting Corvus. Move behind boulder. Okay, will it let me? This is a pretty good place to conceal myself should Corvus happen to turn his head. Now, what do I need to do? Look Corvus. Keeping watch over the proceedings. You won't be able to do anything until you deal with him. What items do I have? True gamers never look up. Look up. You don't see anything noteworthy. Oh, that's probably why they don't look up, huh? Spill fire on clothes. Yeah, I mean, water wasn't his weakness earlier, so presumably fire is his weakness. I mean, that's how elemental damage charts work, right? Inventory. What do we got? Yes, I should throw the ruby at his head. Throw ruby. No, I'm saving before I do this. B-pigs. Throw ruby at Corvus. You don't think that would be a good idea? Alright, well, that's just your opinion. For starters. I wonder if I use blow, duck, call. This is really not a good time, Nancy. Alright, that is not the right distraction then. Yeah, garrote Corvus with the wire. Lasso Corvus's neck with wire. Corvus neck with wire. Can't use lasso in this game. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was America. No, actually, it's not. It's Canada. That's why you can't have fun here. It's all starting to make sense. The lore. We're in Canada. They don't allow you to handle things the right way here. This country. Alright. So. Notes. Find a way to distract Corvus. Inventory. Throw my hat at him. The bullet idea actually seems fairly probable. Throw bullet into fire. Don't they? Throw bullet at Corvus. Ideal place to distract Corvus. What do we... Throw lamp at Corvus. Alright. What am I missing here? Okay. Okay. Making sense. Alright, we want to... Anything on the floor? No, it is something in my inventory. We do have a sample here that we don't care about. Glacial sample. Alright. Throw granite down hallway. Throw granite in door. Throw sample in door. Sometimes it's just about giving the game the right commands. Throw granite in right door. Yeah, push boulder on Corvus. Boulder's gigantic. There's no way you can move it. So then it's not saying like, no, that's a bad idea. It's just like, nice try, but not what we want you to do. Okay, wait. Okay. Is there... Maybe there is a rock on the ground. Throw up. Don't think that would be a good idea. Well, you don't think at all. Take rock. Up, you pick up a plane. I mean, sure. Well done. Dog's got it. You're a smart dog. Multiple dogs. You're a smart pack of dogs on the internet. Examine rock. Tiny red crystals and even tinier colorless crystals incorporated into the plain rock. Rocks like these are fairly common in this area. It's not exciting, but still instructive. Rub rock on plate. Red crystals are too deeply embedded in the plain rock for you to be able to perform a streak test. It was a good thought. This particular sample isn't quite as good as others I've gathered. Sometimes it's hard for me to throw away rock samples. I need to get better about that. Throw rock. Oh wait, now what is it called? Let's look. What does it call? Path? Is that the word that I need to be using? Is that why it hasn't been working? Alright. There's a lot more. Doorway to the north. Doorways to the north and east. Central doorway. Large boulder, even larger than you. Okay. Throw rock in north doorway. Yeah, Miss Frizzle's going hard on him over there. Is there something special I need to do with that rock? I thought I would just use it as a distraction, but maybe I do need to throw it at him. Piece isn't particularly valuable as a sample, but every rock does tell a story. Alright. You're such a nerd about rocks, Nancy, I swear. Throw rock at Corvus. You aren't confident enough in your throwing range and accurate to attempt that. Down path. Throw rock in doorway. Oh, okay. Cool. That was the secret passage, or the secret password. Sure, why? Why not? What was that? Someone coming from the middle passage? I thought I heard something too. I'll take a look. Oh? Oh, he's dead. Corvus, what have you done, you oaf? Either Corvus is inaudible behind the pile of rubble, or unable to reply. Eek, I didn't expect that to happen. I just wanted to create a distraction. Is this really an eek moment when you just contributed to killing a man? I mean, he did deserve it, but come on. Corvus? Creepy creep. Let's see if I can free Mr. Richards while Nessa's preoccupied. She's a too cold-hearted killer. Don't cross her. Yeah. Her heart is as cold as stone. 2 against 1 sounds like better odds. Maybe we can turn the tables on her until Jack arrives with help. You'd better be digging as hard as I am, Corvus. You always mess things up. Nessa continues to paw ineffectually through the rubble while chasing Corvus. Alright, we are definitely saving the game after that. That rocked. No. Rocked. Nancy? What are you doing here? You just don't know when to quit, do you? When I get over there, you'll wish you never meddled. Untie Evan. Are you just gonna stand there with your arms crossed? I've got you, dearie. It pulls a knife out of her skirt pocket. Nessa ties you up tightly with a length of rope and sits you down beside her brother. Alright, no. We're not doing that. Now to take care of you. Alright. Okay, she's doing the same thing as before. We're not going through all this. That rocked. Alright. Should I bash her head in with a rock? Is that what I should be doing? Is that an option? I need to know if the game will let me do that. Let's see. I don't know that I can interact with her at all. I think she just catches me, no matter what. Take almonds. You take the crushed Jordan almonds from the tabletop and throw them over the edge into the darkness. I won't let these endanger Mr. Richards' life. Something that I would definitely think of in this situation instead of something that I would only know from having watched him die from it multiple times already. Definitely a coherent thought that I didn't only have because I've lost at the game already. I've got you, dearie. Pulls a knife out of her skirt pocket. Ties you up tightly with a length of rope and sits you down beside her brother. You think you're clever, girl. You think you've saved my dear brother by throwing away the crushed Jordan almonds? You've just doomed the both of you to a slow, agonizing death. I don't need Evan's real signature to get the Crimson Lodge in its hands. It was merely a formality. A certain nosy wannabe sleuth is now tied up in a forgotten, abandoned mine. So thank you, Nancy. You were a loose end that could have caused me no end of trouble. I can forge Evan's signature easily enough. Who will the courts believe? My word with an official-looking signed document, or Nathan Cardinal's? I'm not about to wait around for any of your friends to show up. Nessa picks up the lantern and gives you and Evan one last look. Goodbye. Enjoy slowly starving to death. Does she really just get away with it? So, Nancy, know any good jokes? Why did Nessa kill us with her knife? I don't know. Why didn't Nessa kill us with her knife? Mr. Richards, I'm being serious. Oh, she don't have a stomach for physical violence. The sight of blood makes her faint. Leaves Corvus to starve too. Yeah, it shows how much she actually cared about him. He was always a pawn. Didn't you see her threatening me with that knife, did you? Oh, you didn't see her threatening me with that knife, didn't you? I wish you told me that while she was tying me up. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, what the... Dude! Not cool. You tell Evan that help may arrive at any time, though you have your doubts. Could Jack find you in the darkness? He'd have to wait for someone to bring another lantern. Evan regales you with stories from Crimson back when he was a boy. You're happy for the distraction. His voice gets huskier as the hours pass. Eventually, he resorts to quietly humming snatches of old folk tunes. You join in when you know the song. It's a nice way to pass the time. Oh, do you hear that? Not us? Not us! We're in here, help! Nancy, is that you? Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch! Nancy! Ranger Murdoch takes out a pocket knife and saws through the ropes that are binding you and Mr. Richards. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Oh, Corvus is trapped behind that rubble in the middle passageway. We should probably get him out. Nancy, he's been dead for days. You've been in here for days. Working together, you eventually clear the rubble and free Corvus. He's a bit worse for wear, but has only minor injuries. Ah, what a cop-out. Boo, yeah. He deserved it, and, I mean, the game clearly made it look like he was gone. Ranger Murdoch cuffs Corvus, just in case. Let's get out of here. Good idea. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. Feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill, and there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick, actually. Alright, now he's already given us the whole story. Albert was a terrorist, a German terrorist, terrorizing Canada. But he's been caught because of us being nosy. And the lesson to all you young women out there is always stick your nose in other people's business no matter how much they tell you not to. That's the real moral of the story. Never let someone else keep you from being involved in something just because you want to be. No matter how many people die for feet pick. Exactly. Conclusions. The train station is a flurry of activity. Rangers are milling about all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. Inside, you can hear the non-stop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. Here for the drama? I mean, you already learned that lesson, right, Cakes? You live that every day. Just getting your nose in other people's business, am I right? The ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod. Hello? Yeah, sure, deny it. Deny it if you want. It's fine. We all know. We all know. The ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod. Like Commander Jason Mewes. Wait, Jason Mewes. I recognize that. Is that Jay and Silent Bob? Is that Jay from Jay and Silent Bob? Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to alert authorities in Salt Stink Marie about the impending sabotage attempt on the Sioux logs. Yes, alright, damn, I still got it. Hell yeah. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps, not to mention a 9mm Luger in the glove box. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, Karl Leffler, aka Albert Respa, German spy and saboteur. I would have loved to have seen the look on his face. All in all, some mighty fine work, Ranger Murdoch. A crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take credit for it, Nancy Maple here is the one you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it out. All I did was pass along the information. Well then, my thanks to you, Nancy Maple. You're a Canadian hero. The thanks! Though I'll warn you now, you might have to be an unsung hero at that. I have a feeling the Canadian government won't want to reveal just how vulnerable we were tonight. It could undermine the public's confidence and at a crucial turning point for our country. Oh, I don't mind at all, as long as things worked out for the best. They did, Nancy. Truly. Thank you for your service. Now, what have you got here? We've just come from the old abandoned garnet mine. Mr. Richards here was kidnapped by his sister, but these folks were able to rescue him. Fortunately, we managed to stop things from going too far, but the sister, Nessa Crab, is missing. We did arrest her accomplice, Mr. Corvus Shaw. I'm confident we'll apprehend Miss Crab. The charges against her are serious. We use every resource at our disposal. Roger. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. I'm heading back down to Toronto now. I need to meet with some higher-ups immediately. The Northwest Mounted Police has commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told to call Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me? I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more traveling tonight, and I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet. Suit yourself. I need to take your statement for the report, but that can wait a day or two. Thank you. I need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order. Of course, there's going to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. I'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Do send word when you'll be returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station and escort you straight to the police station. Will do. Thanks, Mr. Murdoch. Nathan drives you, Jack, and Evan back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago. And your arrival in Crimson feels like it happened months ago. And it feels like years ago when you spoke to your boss, Professor Plummer. Ah, my boss, my field work, what am I going to tell him? Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Nancy, you awake? We're back. Once Jack has roused you from your deep slumber, you make your way upstairs as quietly as possible lest you wake Kimmy. My goodness, what a night. I've never been so exhausted. Ah, she getting them dogs out. Where them feet picks. You climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep. But as your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet, you realize there are a few things you may want to bring up with the other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning. Better make myself some new notes on fresh paper to remind myself. Or I could just decide to go to sleep if I wish. Did Margot have an accomplice in the ruby brooch theft? I don't think so. No. I think Margot acted alone. Who was the imposter at Crimson Lodge? Albert? Right. His geology and mineralogy books looked brand new because he'd never once consulted them. They were part of his disguise. That explains why he was examining that glacial erratic. He had no idea that it wouldn't be a good indicator of the geology in the area. What was Kimmy's true goal? Bird watching? After everything I've witnessed, I'm pretty certain that Kimmy is just a keen bird watcher who probably had the worst vacation of her life. Everything and anything can look suspicious if you're looking for suspicious activity. Were Evan Richards and Nathan Cardinal friends or enemies? Friends. Their conversation in the conservatory indicates that they are similarly aligned when it comes to the fate of the lodge and lands. They also met up in the study after that first dinner. It was hard to tell if they were really friendly then, but I did see them shake hands. They respect each other. Nathan was out late at night with Jack, and they were both helping Mr. Richards. I heard them talking about that. I recovered a sample of clear crystals from the salt at the lodge that didn't dissolve in water. Pretty sure that's what Nathan and Jack were trying to hide. Judging from the conversation I overheard in the carriage house, Nathan, Jack, and Mr. Richards were working together to deal with Albert. And Nathan helped me and Jack rescue Mr. Richards tonight. He's a true friend. Mr. Richards is lucky to have him. What were Jack and Nathan trying to conceal? Diamonds? It is possible after all, but so far that is only a hunch based on the samples I've gathered. I'll need to verify my hypothesis when I get back to the museum. I did see Nathan and Jack gathering something shiny from the riverbank, and I recovered this odd salt sample that didn't dissolve in water. These could be diamonds. Where did Jack conceal the suspected diamonds? Smokehouse. Smokehouse. I did recover these clear crystals from the bag of rock salt. If these really are diamonds, the bag of rock salt in the smokehouse would have been the perfect hiding place. Who would guess? Were Margot and Jack having an affair? No. I'm quite sure Margot and Jack were just friends. He explained the meaning of their secretive boudoir meeting. He was helping her inject her medicine. Jack was a good friend to Margot and nothing more. He told me so, and I believe him. What's more, the evidence I found backs him up. I found his fingerprints in Margot's medicine kit. What item suggests Nessa came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm Evan? I don't know. What evidence was there for that? Will? Not sure I got that right, but that's my best guess. Alright, well, I didn't know the answer on that one. I don't know what item it's talking about. Oh, the Jordan almonds, maybe? That would have made sense. You wake up the next morning feeling refreshed and ravenous. As you make your way down the upstairs hallway, you begin to smell the inviting aromas of coffee and bacon. You enter the kitchen and find the other inhabitants gathered around the table, digging into a hearty breakfast. You join in. Morning light is streaming through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light. Mr. Richards is slumped down in front of his plate, eyes downcast. Kimmy, I'm sorry that your birding trip was full of so much drama and tension, but I'm very glad I got to meet you. Thanks so much, Nancy. That's very kind of you. Yes, this was one of the strangest trips I've ever taken. So much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. You don't? This dude's, wife died in her bed, and everyone in the house had to, help with it. It just... You don't regret it? You don't even regret it a little bit. You could have just stayed home for a long weekend and not had to deal with it. You could have come down the week after this and been fine. But you don't regret it. Okay, sure. No, that's fine. That's your prerogative. I can't tell you how to live your life, but what? But I don't regret coming here. Crimson is a beautiful place. Yeah, that's what matters. Margot was very kind. Jack and Nathan really helped me feel at home here despite everything. And you, Mr. Richards? Yeah? I can see why you love Crimson so much. I love it too. Oh, that's real nice. Thanks, Kimmy. And Nancy, I'm very glad I got to meet you too. You're one of a kind, brave and clever. No matter what happens, I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I'll try my best. Nathan, I have to know. Yes? I have to know. Are there diamonds here in Crimson? Mr. Richards, Nathan, and Jack exchanged meaningful looks. Think you and Jack were picking alluvial diamonds out of the riverbank when I saw the two of you last night. I collected a sample from that area. I think Jack hides the little diamonds in the bag of rock salt in the smokehouse. I grabbed a handful of salt and dissolved it in water. Some of the crystals didn't dissolve. Nancy, there are diamonds in Crimson. We have to check the riverbanks regularly for ones that come down the river. Over time, we've managed to extract most of the gems that are in the ground, but soil erosion also reveals them. Every so often, we gotta go looking for more that have appeared. They're easiest to see by moonlight. Evan used to help us. In fact, he used to do it all by himself. Yeah, but it wore my back out, so now it's up to Jack and Nat. Fortunately for us, not many people were around. It was a difficult secret to keep even then. Yeah, until that fish swallowed that whopper of a diamond, and that lucky duck fisherman caught it. Nothing but trouble that was. My goodness, I see. Nancy, we know that your field work is very important to you, and we certainly can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. We can only ask you to think about what that news could mean for Crimson. We like it how it is now. I do too. Me too, and so did Margaret. What had happened now? That'll partially depend on you, Nancy. You all pile into Nathan's automobile, except for Mr. Richards, as there isn't enough room in the four-seater. You sense he'd like some time alone anyway. He gives you and Kimmy a nod and then turns away. As the automobile trundles away from the lodge, you crane your neck and take one last look. I'm really going to miss this place in spite of everything. You turn and face forward. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only coherent thought you manage to have is, what will you tell your boss? And what could that mean for your future? Thank goodness the bridge has been repaired enough to allow trains to cross it again. Repaired enough? You are traveling light, Nancy. I wouldn't be too concerned. Okay, Nancy. Train's gonna leave soon. Be well. Oh, but what about you, Kimmy? I've talked it over with Evan, Jack, and Nathan. I think I'll stay on for a bit. It's been so tense here. I want to relax, enjoy the birds. And the fall migration's starting in a few weeks, and the leaves will be changing colors. I promised Jack that I'll help with the lodge chores. I'll earn my keep. That's wonderful news. I wish I could stay longer too, but I've got to get back to my job in the city. Good luck, Nancy. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, Kimmy. Be well. I'll miss all of you. Thanks for letting me stay with you, and please thank Mr. Richards too. We'll let him know. You're made of pretty tough stuff, Nancy. Jack's been telling me how brave you were down in the mine. We're grateful for all you've done here. Goodbye, Nancy. Yeah, bye, Nancy. Now go on. The train's not going to wait forever. Right. There she goes. You stare out the train window. It's a clear, cool morning. As crisp and refreshing as it is this far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down by Toronto. Your mind is buzzing with all that has transpired over the last few days. It feels like you're returning home from a long voyage. Can't help but wonder, did you miss anything? Did you leave any loose ends? Would you like to be privy to some helpful, introspective thoughts, yes or no? Yes. You ponder the thoughts you had the previous night before bed. Maybe Margot did have an accomplice for the ruby brooch theft. Could there be proof that someone else touched it? What could have happened to the silver steins? Maybe if I'd asked around after Margot's death, folks would feel less protective of her and more talkative. Albert was an imposter, no question about it. He was definitely not an expert mineralogist. The bomb they left in her luggage goes off just as the train goes over the bridge. Albert's final play. Well done. No one saw it coming. The glacial erratic boulder was not mineralogically relevant to this region. He had no idea. Albert's actions certainly didn't help his mineralogist charade. What about his words? Was there any written proof he wasn't an expert mineralogist? Pretty sure that Nathan was Mr. Richards' friend. But did I miss any important details of his actions? What if Nathan was trying to preserve and protect the lodge and lands? He might have sought out Albert's help. Should have kept my eyes and ears open for that circumstance. Did Nathan stand to lose anything by helping Mr. Richards? He wasn't at the dining room meeting with Ranger Murdoch. I was going to ask Jack about it at the time, but he didn't seem to want me to address that. Maybe if I'd asked Jack about Nathan after that meeting, or even Nathan himself, I'd learned something interesting. Some of the rock salt didn't melt in water. It's definitely not rock salt, but what is it? I have a feeling Corvus's satchel contains important information that I've overlooked. The area between the jetty and the smokehouse probably could have used further scrutiny. I never found Nessa's ruby brooch. I wonder if that was hidden in the lodge. I didn't solve the mystery of the missing silver wedding steins. I do know Margot took them. She admitted as much. but I don't know where the Steins are now. Maybe I should have made some inquiries. Particularly after Margot's death, when people would no longer feel the need to protect her. Can't think of much else, actually. You turn your attention towards your impending interview with Ranger Murdoch. As for Margot's death, I suspect Margot had been poisoned. Some kind of sample from Margot could be analyzed to verify that. I have Margot's glass. Could it have helped me learn how she might have gotten poisoned? I wonder, if Margot was poisoned, where did the poison come from? Did I learn about any poisons at the lodge? It bothers me that she is speaking this stuff out when, what's-her-name, Nessa, basically outright told her plan out loud while she was hiding behind a tree eavesdropping, and she found all the evidence that lined up with everything that Nessa said, and she's just like, what could have happened? What was that? After a good deal mulling over, you conclude, I think that's all. You fall quickly into a deep, dreamless sleep. You don't awaken until the train pulls into Union Station. Yep, that sure is a train. Oh, Canada. Ranger Murdoch greets you at Union Station as arranged. Ranger Murdoch. Hello, Nancy. It's good to see you again. Would you like me to drive you home to rest? No, thanks. I'm eager to have my interview. Let's go. Right. Follow me. You look over at the wanted poster on the bulletin board and see a familiar face. Face has familiar features, but the expression gives you pause. It's unmistakably Margot, but she looks scared and angry, and the name is different too. Margot you knew was at peace, kind and caring. You feel fortunate to have met her when you did. Nancy? Oops, I didn't mean to skip over that dialogue, whatever. Sorry, just lost in thought. Ah yes, that person has been on the most wanted list for a few years now. Skagway was a near lawless place. Sometimes who the criminals were was a matter of public opinion. And sometimes if you didn't make friends with the right people, you could get stuck with all sorts of trumped up charges. Does she look familiar to you? No, I don't recognize her. Very well, let's begin. Suddenly the door bursts open to reveal your boss, Professor Plummer. Nancy, there you are. Welcome back. I'd heard the train had come in. Yeah, she ain't no snitches get stitches, but let the dead rest in peace, am I right? Sir, we're in the middle of a confidential interview. My apologies, I won't be a moment. Nancy, what did you find? Are there diamonds in crimson? I must know. Yes or no? What do we say? As much as she needs to do her job and it would be a big deal for her, those people have gone through enough. Diamonds are the whole reason that Nessa came up there and caused this whole problem. So we're going to be a real one. We're going to be a real one and say no. I'm afraid I didn't find anything significant, Professor. I managed to obtain some good samples, though, and I think I'll still be able to produce a good report from my field work. It just won't be very exciting. I'm sorry to hear it, Nancy. As for exciting, most research isn't. Don't worry too much about that. Come see me when you're ready, and I'll help you with your report. Thanks so much, Professor Plummer. Take care, Nancy. See you soon. Okay, now let's really begin. Any information you provide will be kept strictly confidential, of course. Thank you, I appreciate it. Nessa Crabbe is wanted in connection with Evan Richards' kidnapping and attempted fraud. According to Mr. Richards, he was assaulted at the jetty, but it was dark out and he was rather inebriated. Do you have any evidence connecting Nessa to the scene at the jetty, yes or no? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss them separately. One-word answers will suffice. Footprints. Actually, Nessa didn't happen to step on the spilled whiskey. All right. Let's see. What evidence did we find? Crap. Did we get any good evidence from there? Maybe we didn't. We're gonna say no. No, I'm afraid not. Okay, moving on. Did you find anything in areas besides the jetty that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping, yes or no? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? If there's multiple points to make, we'll discuss them separately. Footprints. Found Nessa's footprints in the wooded area near the jetty. How do you know that the shoe prints belong to Nessa? I learned the shoe sizes of everyone at the lodge. She's the only one who wears that size and style of shoe. That's some good detective work. I have a thing for feet. I can tell. I tracked Nessa's shoe prints into the smokehouse. I think that's where she and Corvus temporarily detained Evan until they were ready to take him to the Garnet Mine. Now, she has a thing for feet. Okay. I thought you were outing yourself for a moment there. This is a safe space here in chat. Do you have anything else to share that would connect Essa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty? Yes or no? Yes. Almonds. Found these almond fragments on the table in the smokehouse. I managed to recover Nessa's fingerprints from one of the candied shells. This is fantastic, Nancy. You placed Nessa in that smokehouse. May I have those? Of course. Do you have anything else to share that would connect? Decanter? Areas other than the jetty. Alright, well. Anything other than that? No, I guess not. No, I'm afraid not. Okay, moving on. We believe Mr. Richards was being held in the lodge's smokehouse before being moved to the Garnet Mine. Did you find any evidence to support our theory of unlawful confinement? Yes or no? Yes. Fibers. Yes, I found rope fibers on the floor of the smokehouse. I believe he was tied up and then taken away later. Yes, Mr. Richards has said as much. All the evidence we can gather will help us build a case against Nessa. How did you figure out that Mr. Richards was taken to the Garnet Mine? If you're not sure, you can just say no or pass. How did we find out that he was taken to the Garnet Mine? Crystals? Not sure if that's real. Is there anything else you saw or heard that helped you deduce that Mr. Richards was taken to the Garnet Mine? What did she base that on? No. Mr. Richards told us that Nessa was attempting to intimidate him into signing a forged copy of his own will. Do you have any knowledge that might back up this claim? Yes or no? Yes. Yeah, interesting. What did you learn? One-word answers will suffice. Confession. Any knowledge that might back up Evan's claim that Nessa was trying to intimidate him? Knife? Almonds? No, it helps when you spell almonds, right? Mr. Richards is allergic to almonds and has been since childhood. It was common knowledge. Nessa brought Jordan almonds with her when she returned to the lodge. Found shattered pieces of Jordan almonds in the smokehouse where I believe Mr. Richards was briefly held. I managed to recover one of Nessa's fingerprints from the remnants of one of the shiny candy shells. Stellar work, Nancy. Our investigative team didn't find that. What's more, there were more Jordan almond pieces in the cavern where Nessa brought him. There's no doubt in my mind that Nessa brought the Jordan almonds to the lodge, knowing full well how dangerous they were to Mr. Richards. Maybe at first she only planned to intimidate him with them, but in the end she was prevented from doing any worse. Let's move on to Corvus Shaw's role in Mr. Richards' kidnapping. You have any evidence that could connect Corvus to these crimes? Yes. Alright. Button. Alright. Button at the smokehouse. Observe Corvus wearing a striped vest with this exact type of button that very same night. If you examine Corvus's clothing, I'm sure you'll find that one of the buttons is missing on his vest. We did indeed make note of a missing button, and now we know what happened to it. This is a very good piece of evidence, Nancy. May I have it? Of course. Do you have anything that could connect us? Yes. Footprints. Found Corvus's shoe prints on the jetty in the woods, leading away from the jetty, and leading into the smokehouse. Shoe prints on the jetty must have been formed when he stepped into the spilt whiskey, and they were still wet. That suggests to me that he was either present during the abduction of Mr. Richards or soon after. Considering the scuff marks I saw on the jetty, Mr. Richards was dragged away with some force. I doubt Nessa, an elderly lady, could have dragged her brother away with that amount of force. That's terrific work, Nancy. Our investigators didn't see any shoe prints on the jetty. They must have dried up before we got there. Now that we know that they're there, perhaps some forensic processes will help reveal them. I think Corvus's movements during that time are pretty clear. Very thorough of you. Every bit helps. I think that's all the information I have connecting Corvus to the crimes against Mr. Richards. Okay, let's move on. What about any lesser crimes? We suspect Corvus was brought to the lodge by Nessa to commit fraud. Do you know anything that would help us build that case? Yes. Will? Really do think that Corvus was engaged in fraud, but I don't have any actual proof. Sorry, Mr. Rainer. I don't think that I have anything to contribute to that line of questioning. No, I do. Go back. And what about Carl Leffler, aka Albert Respo? What can you tell me about him? Rangers apprehended him in the middle of his sabotage attempt on the Sioux Lock, so that's an open and shut case. We suspect this man is involved in other illegal acts. Do you think you can contribute other illegal activities to him? Yes or no? Yes. What did we discover? Bullet? Yes. Yes. What do we have on him? Telegraph. Other criminal activities. No, I guess not. Finally, Margot's death. Margot's murder? It does appear to be the case. We are looking into it. Do you have any evidence you'd like to give me that could help us make a case for Margot's murder? Yes. Glad to hear it. Please show me one item at a time. Alright. Jar. Recovered this jam jar from the river by Crimson Lodge. I think it's a key piece of evidence against Nessa regarding Margot's poisoning. Thanks, Nancy. What can you tell me about it? There's a powdery white residue inside, along with a bit of flypaper. I'd be very interested to learn what the residue is. We'll find out one way or another. Thanks, Nancy. Found a fingerprint on the jam jar. It's Nessa's fingerprint. This could go a long way towards connecting Nessa to Margot's death, and very possibly to ruling the death of poisoning. Excellent work. What's more, I overheard Nessa having a conversation with Corvus in the apple orchard. She admitted to soaking flypaper in glass jars to obtain poison, storing it in her flask, and then tossing the jars over the waterfall. That's pretty incriminating, especially if the evidence can back up your story. Hopefully Miss Crab will still have the flask in her possession when we apprehend her. It would really help build a case against Nessa. Thanks. Do you have anything else to show me? Yes. Margot glass. So Nessa bring a jug and drinking glass to Margot's boudoir. That struck me as suspicious because there was no love lost between them. Later, after some of the water evaporated, a white residue was left behind. Yes, that is very suspicious. May I have this, Nancy? Our lab will want to analyze it. Here you go. Anything else to show you? I don't know. Let's see. Was there anything else related to poison? I don't think we had anything else related to it. Moving on. I think that does it, actually. Thanks for your time, Nancy. Alright, that was a serious line of questioning we just went through. You head home after completing your interview with Ranger Murdoch and immediately set to work on your field report of Crimson. You write at length about the samples you've obtained and the observations you've made, though you do leave out a few details, such as that there are diamonds in Crimson. Professor Plummer proves to be an enthusiastic and patient mentor despite his mild disappointment at the unremarkable findings. You impressed him with your attention to detail and hard work. Together you produce an impeccable field report that is published by the Royal Canadian Museum and eventually endorsed by the Geological Survey of Canada. Your first publication, Nancy, a real feather in your cap. Weeks pass, soon you're immersed in your regular life. You become an expert on the filing system and even suggest some ways to improve it. You find yourself missing the fresh air, the roaring waterfalls, and rushing rivers of Crimson. You wonder if you'll ever hear about how things are going up there. Until one day... There you are, Nancy. I thought today's newspaper might be of interest to you. You start reading the newspaper. The largest article is about Nessa Crab. She's considered a fugitive and wanted in connection to her brother's kidnapping and attempted fraud. The article mentions that Nessa's alleged accomplice Corvus Shaw is being charged for his role in Evan's kidnapping, assault, and attempted fraud. You're relieved to see no mention of Crimson anywhere, not even in the smallest news items. You figure no news is good news. There's no mention at all about Albert Carl's attempted sabotage at the Sioux Locks, only that there will be minor delays due to routine maintenance. They probably want to make sure there aren't any more explosive devices in and around the locks. Had Albert succeeded, you shudder to think of it. You skim the rest of the newspaper, but nothing else catches your eye. That's a relief, I suppose. Where are you going? You're just leaving your professor behind. Too bad about the whole diamond fiasco, eh, Nancy? But we both knew it was a long shot. Good work today, kiddo. See you tomorrow, bright and early. Yes, sir. You start the long walk home. You're relieved that Crimson won't become an open pit mine and that Kimmy and her Comorants are safe and happy. Yep, that's Canada. Look at all that maple syrup. Hiya, Nancy. Another late night, eh? I've got a bit of stew saved for you. Kept it nice and warm on the stove. Thanks, Miss Williams. I'm starving. Go on in, lass. I'll serve it up. I'll be down in a bit. All right, lass. Take your time. Miss Williams ladles a hearty bowl of stew and slices a bit of bread for you. The food is delicious and warms you to the bone. She sits with you and the two of you chat about the goings-on in the neighborhood. You're grateful she rents you a room so cheaply. Museum clerks don't get paid very much. Once your belly is full and Miss Williams has washed the bowl, she waves you away from this menial task. You step lightly upstairs lest you wake the other lodgers. Oh, what a delightful little place you've got here. Feet! Feet! As you fall asleep, your head hits the pillow. You're exhausted and tomorrow will be another exhausting day. But every exhausting day is another step closer to making your dreams come true. Well done, Nancy. You did a good job with sussing out the motives and actions of the other guests, but you missed the mark on a few things. Scored 13 points out of 24 during your pre-departure ponderings. You weren't of much help at all to the Rangers' investigation. Hopefully they can still find justice for the wronged parties. Scored 7 points out of 19 during your interview with Ranger Murdoch. Could have done better in your investigation and reporting of Margot's death, but you did your best. I don't like that the game's ragging me after I worked so hard on this. Scored 4 points out of 8 for your Margot investigation. Carl Leffler, aka Albert Respo, was tried and found guilty of sabotage of the railway bridge, attempted sabotage of the Sioux Logs, espionage, fraud, theft, and a litany of minor charges. He was incarcerated at Kingston Penitentiary until his death, 12 years later, of a heart attack. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. The Sioux Logs were patrolled by the Northwest Mounted Police for the duration of the Great War, and no other sabotage attempts were made. Thanks to this vigilance, Canadian supply lines along the Great Lake waterways remain uninterrupted. This played an important part in Commonwealth war efforts and crucially contributed to the Allied victory. Corvus Shaw was found guilty of being an accomplice in Evan's kidnapping. He was disbarred and served 3 years in a medium security prison. He became hardened by his prison experiences and fell in with the wrong crowds. Corvus spent the rest of his years in and out of correctional facilities for various white-collar crimes. Margot was laid to rest in Crimson's lushly overgrown cemetery in an informal service attended by Evan, Jack, Nathan, and Kimmy. You wish you'd been able to make Nessa face justice for Margot's murder, but at least Margot's at rest where she was loved. Kimmy Kishiro stayed on at the lodge until after autumn migration of birds, when she returned to Vancouver to be with her family. From then on, she'd visit Crimson for the spring and autumn migrations, as well as the cormorant's nesting season every summer. Jack remained at the lodge, continuing to take care of it, after Evan legally transferred the lodge and lands to Nathan Cardinal and his family. When Jack became old and creaky, the Cardinals in turn took care of him. Nathan Cardinal and Evan Richards arranged the transfer of the lodge and lands to the Cardinal family, effective immediately. Considering recent events, they agreed it was a good idea. The secret of the Crimson Diamonds remained hidden. Nessa Crabbe was never seen again. It could be that she never made it out of the mine or that she kept a low profile after her escape. Because of the relatively minor nature of her criminal charges, kidnapping and attempted fraud, she wasn't considered a priority to apprehend, and a full-scale manhunt, woman hunt, was never conducted by the authorities. It rankles you that she got away with at least one murder. You find yourself looking over your shoulder often, and you still see her vengeful, fire-lit face in your nightmares. Evan Richards lived the rest of his days in his beloved lodge, but he always feared that Nessa was lurking in the woods and staring into the windows at night, seeking revenge. He kept all the curtains firmly shut, rarely went outside, and drank a lot to cope. Upon his death, Evan was buried alongside Margot and his parents in Crimson, which is exactly what he wanted. You wish you could have done more to help him. You have many sleepless nights over the fact that not only did Nessa get away, but also you weren't able to prove she murdered Margot. You continue working diligently as a clerk at the Royal Canadian Museum. A month later, you're accepted at the University of Toronto in the Department of Geology and Paleontology as an undergraduate. Professor Plummer spoke highly of your fieldwork in Crimson in his letter of recommendation. Although your findings weren't revolutionary, he tells you that impeccable work, regardless of result, is the bedrock of any scientific discipline, and that he's very proud of you. A few months later, you receive a letter from Ranger Murdoch praising your investigative prowess and tenacity in helping to foil the sabotage attempt at Sioux Logs. He says you're a natural detective and that he hopes your paths will cross again someday. Thanks for playing! Wow, what a game. What a fun little mystery that apparently I was worse at than I thought, because wow, I missed a lot of stuff. But yeah, that was fun. I love a good text-based adventure game. This one wasn't like mind-breakingly awful in terms of how to handle some of the puzzles, but there's a lot of love and detail put into this game. And I hope that they go on to make more. This was fun. It doesn't necessarily have to be set in the whole same universe as Nancy Maple, but I wouldn't mind seeing more adventures with her. It was a fun time. Alright. Well, this seems like a good point for going ahead and stopping the stream and doing a raid anyway, so let's just take a look at seeing if anybody's still up and streaming. Alright, it looks like Zuki, who is streaming. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good time hanging out. And let's see, Zuki is a good VTuber friend of mine. He's a delicious cookie VTuber, and he was hanging out earlier in chat, so we're just going to raid into him. It looks like he's playing... Ooh, okay, he's playing Dungeon Dice Monsters, the Yu-Gi-Oh game that was like a spin-off one. I think it only ever got one game, but I've actually always meant to play this, so I'm kind of excited. Let's pop in with him and say hey. Thanks again to everybody who made it out. I had a ton of fun, and I will be streaming again on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central, so I hope to catch you then. It will be a very different game. We're doing Anton Blast, which is, if you like Wario Land or Pizza Tower, that kind of thing, it's right up that alley. But anyway, thanks again to everybody for making it out. Thank you for hanging out with me, Dogs on Internet, and yeah, I will see you all on the next stream. Peace, everybody.